Hello and welcome back to another Blueprint stream. Hope you're all having a wonderful weekend so far. I'm still kind of reeling over what happened last time. 31 experiment triggers in 3 days. 31 crates removed from the tunnel. And then to be left with 4, exactly enough to not be able to get through. Just teasing, taunting, and yet still a incredible feat. I'm very pleased with how things went. Mild frustration of, man, is there some trigger I missed somewhere along the way? But 31 in 3 days is baffling. Just incredible. And that means that for our continuing day here, as soon as we get a single one or a couple, we're able to make it through. And I have the feeling that there's probably something of pretty significant value in that door I see at the end of the tunnel that may help resolve some ongoing goals. One thing I did realize is I forgot to check, though. Because we got the freezer at the end of the day. So also, we're starting today with some, I think, 11 gems and 88 or so coins. This is before allowance. We hit a endgame freezer and are in a very interesting spot. I also got to thinking about the freezer because I know that the duality of the freezer is obviously it freezes your assets, the gems and the coins. But there were notes in the laboratory that mentioned something about the experiments potentially having impacts on the freezer, increasing the temperature. And I forgot, and I think that would happen based on the number of triggers potentially after unlocking the freezer, but I'm not sure. I also forgot to go down, because we did have the shelter that day. I forgot to check the radiation levels to see if that had any impact. And I'm a little bit frustrated on that one. Actually, let me bring up a quick little source here to make sure I have this properly. Hey, Louie, hope you're doing well. Right, here it is. So we had this laboratory until typical. No, okay, so that wasn't it. Wrong one. I'll find the right one because I have here thing of melting points, but this is more generalistic, and there had been also the commentary of the radiation, which can unlock other things. So I'm not really sure. I'm not going to put too much into it, but I also got to thinking of, I'm obviously supposed to thaw things out in there, but to have it be entirely contingent on the experiments, I'm not sure if that's it, because do I need the laboratory there? And then I also remembered, I'm wondering if there might be other ways to do things. So a lot of really interesting things to consider for starters, but our goals for the day, at least starting out, obviously, experiment, get that tunnel cleared, those last couple boxes, power hammer for the weight room wall, ongoing sanctum key, glass melter in the servants' quarters, unthawing the freezer at large. Then there's the throne room with the security room, checking behind the closed exhibit for the security room panel, see if that's doing potentially what I think it might. I haven't been able to get it there. We also have the cloak, or sorry, not the castle, the castle puzzle, which we got a lot of information on last time, and I'm still a little bit puzzled on. Oops, that's not quite the perspective I need there. Let's try, maybe what I need to do is have it in its own. So let's do that, and if I do that, perfect, awesome. So, yeah, we don't need these three, but we have the CXET cat CAT 6 or no, wait, that's not right. Yeah, because it's 6 or here because 100 and then IOO. Figure out this last one, which we aren't entirely sure about. I said the DOOR. Because we know the T is there. So the T has to be there, which does this. So this gives us 1, but the problem is reading this 6 add 6 to roll, and there's a lot of really interesting things here of how I'm supposed to read this. Because et, we know from the where is it? Here we are. Et from the final exam is east. But if that's the case, does that mean that all of this is in Jarin? But we see 6 and 6, so that might be one of the things of, it sounds like it, and if this is a D, it could be 6 add 6 to roll. Not sure, but we also know that lore is name, and that one being from, let me bring this over to here. New clue. Sorry, lore is word, not name. And we have that here. So not entirely sure if we're looking at Arajan or if we're looking at English. Like, even if I just assume right now that last letter is D, which I'm not sure of. Oop, not that. Just italicize that. That 6 add 6 to... Not sure, because I don't know what Tor would be. And if it's just 6, this suggests it's not Arajan. Because, to our knowledge, SIX is not a word in that language. We do know that there are some adopted words, but so 6 add 6. Would it? No, because it wouldn't be alternating lines of non-Arajan in English. It would be name east. And if we were to write it out, it would be 6 add 6 to or at. The only other consideration is because if this is CA, I have to assume this is just the singular 1 over. It's not supposed to be 2 over. That it's not CA and then T. This seems to be very clearly 1 column over. And then we have D here, which the perspective on this one threw me off because I thought, based on this, and I kind of want your opinion on this. Like, am I crazy for looking at the DOOR here and seeing 2 spaces worth in this? Because I think, you put an O here, that doesn't look like 1 space between the D and the OO and R. I'd have expected it to be 2, but the only way that it can possibly fit if it's only 1 space. Because the X has to be there in the top, we'll call that a rank, I suppose, a row. And the T has to be in the bottom. And if the X, we know that there's 2 X's because it can't be IX and then 0, 0, because we know that we need one that is an I and then a blank and then an I, O, O. And the only way that can possibly fit is, I'm just going to copy paste this over here. If this were to be, let's do, so, we start with S, T, L. So if that were there, and, well, it's because there's only 1 S. That's why we know that this has to be here. Yeah, so this has to be IX because there's no other S. And that it can either be I, O, O, and the other way doesn't fit. Because if this was I blank I, O, O, then it's bleeding off. That's not possible. I suppose the way I'll phrase this is, am I indeed correct that all of these images, all 5 of these images, are indeed contributing letters to the, what I will call the castle puzzle? If I've somehow misattributed these as being related and they're just not, I'd want to know before I completely bash my head against this more. Okay, so yes, they are all related. Glad to hear that. I'd be kind of kicking my own butt if somehow I misinterpreted these and something was just completely unrelated. And I guess what I will ask is this: I'll ask this in different ways. Am I correctly spatially evaluating cat? That this is C, A, and T. Okay. Am I correctly spatially evaluating DOOR in relativity? In that there is only... Because I think I'd asked this last time and someone had said it was only 1 space between D and O, and the first O. Yes, that is the correct spatial evaluation. So that means that everything here so far is correct, because if all those are correct and all of these are indeed related to this puzzle, the only way that IOO fits is indeed here. So everything I have here is correct spatially. Setting aside how to read it. Not even talking about that right now. That what I have here is correctly placed. At least I have that. I'm going to let this one stew a little while longer. Because also, well, I'm going to let this one stay as it is for now. I want to go on and get started proper. And as we go, I will continue thinking back on this. But I want to really... what? Oh, Hobo Chris, thank you so much for the follow. Also, Jellycrowned, if you were around, followed just a little bit before I went live. So let's go on and get started with day 50. December 26th. Made good use of our Christmas presents yesterday. Hope everybody is having a nice weekend so far. All righty. Ooh, I saw that the allowance envelope spawn in there. We had 148 gold to start the day. Incredible. And 16 gems. Hoping we're able to use these today and are able to get something good out of them. What do we got? All righty. Interesting. No real snap picks today. My inclination is the trading post. Just being able to get things that I'm having trouble finding, trading in feels good. I feel like the schoolhouse has run its course. I've done the final exam, so the function now of the schoolhouse is being able to get some number of rooms that have very large numbers of rerolls. But the problem with the classrooms is they're already one exit rooms themselves, and I don't really like them. They all cost gems, and yes, we have a lot of gems today to help with that, but it's just so limiting only having one outlet in all of those spaces. Root cellar is interesting because, dig spots are very nice, but I feel like ultimately the value provided here is low ceiling. It's pretty high floor, but very low ceiling, whereas this feels really high ceiling in being able to find the things that I need. So I'm going to take the trading post. We do have the key card. I'm going to glance in here just to see if there's anything. Okay, there's a dig spot there, and you continue to taunt me a little bit. Am I really supposed to blow up the entire trading post? That'd be kind of funny, but it sounds wrong. And also, what is our baseline here? Silver key, not interested in that at all. Sorry. But that's going to be fine. So nothing crazy powerful to start the day. Was kind of hoping for the... Oh, we don't have any blessing anymore. Okay. Yeah, I'd been kind of hoping for the shrine or the tomb or... what else do I really consider the super powerful ones nowadays? I don't know, but trading post still has a lot of potential. It's been a minute since I've asked this. Does anybody have their personal preference on how to draft the opening hallway? Do you like to do the side rooms and then the middle? Do you like doing the middle and then the side rooms? Do you like going across? Just sort of curious if anybody has any favorite styles there, because technically there's different things there. Like side rooms to reach the corners. Sorry, making sure I'm phrasing this correctly. Not which to enter first, but which to draft first. That I agree getting to the corners is priority once you've opened the doors, but in technicality, if you were to open the middle door first and not take a straight path room, you are therefore increasing your odds relatively microscopically at opening a straight path room in the side room doors. So if the goal is to reach the sides, doesn't that technically make quote unquote optimal strategy to draft the middle first? Yeah. Yeah, starting left door, because for a while I did the right door. I don't know. There's some interesting game theory to be had there. In some ways, drafting a straightaway in here can be really good as well. But who knows? I'm going to start in the middle. Well, we get two straightaways, teehee. Having the conference room there is pretty sweet. And this just gives us a lot of options there. Or the green room. I'm going to take the conference room there. Be pretty happy with it. And of course, we don't get that here. Rather annoying. Commissary right out of the gate is really nice. Oh, other goal for the day. This is going to be one of our best chances to buy out the showroom if we can find it. We certainly don't need gems today, but the commissary is very nice. So we're just going to take that. And, ooh, okay, well, there's the straightaways. I don't want to bother with the courtyard just yet, so spare green room it is. Nothing there. Let's go on and start with the commissary, see what we have. All right, gems, which we really don't need. Running shoes at the start, just chef's kiss. That's going to save us so many steps over the course of the day. And sledgehammer is delightful. I do not feel the need to spend on gems right now. I think we're just, not feeling any urgency there. And I am holding out hope for potentially being able to buy out the showroom, so I feel like a little bit of gold savings here, because this would amount to 25 if I were to buy everything out, because there's 5 singles and then a set of 4. Yeah, because that'd be 15 and 10, so 25. I'd rather save the gold for now. I know if I somehow really end up low on gems that I can come back here. Security there is nice. Security there is real nice, because also this lets us start an experiment right away. So this is absolutely where we want to be. Double checking things there, but yes. Okay. First off, the keycard settings. Gonna set that to high. Awesome. Back. Security menu. We'll check the inventory just for make sure. Yep. Okay, that's fine. Main menu. We're logging into the network. Swan song. Staff services, staff announcements. This was from yesterday. What do we have today? Simon, I was having lunch the other day with Hartley Ruota, who is your uncle's valet, and has been on the estate longer than anyone else. He told me that if you call it a day in some bedrooms, there are beneficial effects. Yes, well, we just so happened to read Lady, I'm blanking on her ladyship's name, diary, just yesterday and learn all this. And it's funny because if that had not been before today, this would have been new information for me. But now it's not. I assume his own room might be among the number. Sounds like it might be worth checking out. Which is kind of funny, because if memory serves, I think the notes said that falling asleep in his room was actually one that was really not. I think that was one of the ones that might have had the drawback. And I'm actually missing the screenshot on Christmas, so let's get that. And we're going to put that right over here. Fantastic. Let's double check her ladyship's diary just so I can do that again. Guest bedroom, bunk room, servants' quarters. I can't remember if that was that, or if that was a different one. Yes, and there was this map shape, which I am not sure about because it's obviously showing the outer room. But I don't know why or to what end or to what shape. I have some theories about some other shapes that we've seen, specifically some spirals, but not enough to really be confident yet. So we're going to, again, wrong one there. We're going to leave that for now and be on our way. All right. Here we are. So staff services. I don't really want to put in, it's like we can't put in special orders, but it's fine. So let's do, I wonder, I always want to check these in case somehow they become active again. I doubt they will. Yeah, that is fine. Network menu, remote terminal access. No, actually, is there anything there? Yeah. Yeah, that's all known. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. Yep, that was all known. So network menu, remote terminal access, and we are going to get the laboratory. Yes. All right. Show me an experiment that says remove a crate from the tunnel. Please, pretty please. Pretty please, pretty please, pretty please. Let's go. Interesting options. Yeah, something original. The Twitch notification system is a marginally functional system, and we'll leave it at that. So fireplace, I initially thought there were a lot more fireplace rooms, but then I counted and there's only, I think, 5-ish. I think I only need 1 trigger, actually. But I'm not entirely sure because there's 4 crates left, which is just a perfect little wall. But I'm not sure if somehow one is removed and then they like nudge the other 3 into the middle, which then sort of blocks me off, or if I really do just need 1. Draft a drawing room. So we haven't had any drawing rooms yet because we're only 4 in. So this could be sort of an interesting one. And we have 2 drawing rooms in the pool. Yeah. And what's sort of awkward there is we are then incentivized to not draft it because the more rooms are removed from the pool, that the more we'll end up seeing that. Trash is a weird one. We don't have a shovel just yet. Keep in mind, we only just started, but we have checked the commissary already. My inclination is fireplace can be done pretty quickly, and the drawing room does have a fireplace. There's also a couple of others. I think the den and the I know the den has actually At least based on my notes, the ones that have are den, dining room, drawing room, trophy room. I think there were a couple others, but it's surprisingly less than I thought. But I kind of feel like the part of me wants to just take the fireplace one, so I end up becoming much more acutely aware of what it is. But one second is making sure I'm not misreading anything because there's none in here. Oh, I think there is one in the parlor, isn't there? Yeah, parlor has. All right, so parlor. Definitely not there. Definitely not there. Nothing there. Nook does not have. Trophy room has. Den has. Rumpus room does not have. Office doesn't have. Drawing room has. Study doesn't have. Library doesn't have. Boiler breaker drafting doesn't have. I can't tell if I don't think there's a fireplace in there. No. Unless you consider the sauna to be a fireplace in and of itself. Or if you consider I wonder if they consider the furnace a fireplace. That'd be funny. Nothing there. So there's just really few there. But it's a good small handful of the really, really early ones. So were there any found floor plans left that we need to... Yeah, because we've been in there. That's fine. I think I'm going to go with the drawing. Yeah, sauna accounting was more of a joke. I'm going to go with drawing room being drawn. That is almost assured. And again, I'm pretty sure we really only need one. But also that's going to be something that we do closer to the end of the day. That once we've found other things, that then we can head outside. But also just look at 9 successful triggers. Wait, that's not it. Yeah, it was 10, 9, and 12 for 31 successful triggers in 3 days. And what I'm really, really proud about from day 49 was remembering that you could find apples in the locker room, and making a point to go through and open those, where I did find, I think, at least 4 apples. Because it's not what you'd really expect or intuitively think to find, but we had it there and we're very much rewarded for it. Okay, so let's draft security, try and get to a corner. Yeah, here we are. Ooh, don't love this. That's icky. Gonna take the dark room here. Go on and trigger it. And then we'll come back later. But this at least gives us an angle and also gets the dark room out of the pool. Have found anything? Nothing crazy big so far. We really only just started the day. We got the commissary, which had a sledgehammer and running shoes, so that's nice. The other 2 slots there were just gems, which we really don't need today, so I left them be. One of the things to potentially get today is if I can get one more shop open, I'm likely to stop drafting shops in hopes of getting the bunk room. Because if I double this up to 260 or more, then I just find the showroom and I have it bought out. That this could be that day. So, flicker out, go away. That is fine. Boop-a-doo. We're gonna go in and draft here as well. There's nothing wrong with that. Observatory is nice. And since we have the path there and the path there, doesn't matter. Either of these is redundant. There's some incentive to take this here because it makes getting to the dark room in the corner a bit less, but honestly, the real appeal here of the dark room in the corner is trying to get the conservatory. Just keeping in mind that the conservatory can only appear in the corner is such a big appeal of a prize. But also just observatory has so much potential value, so I really feel like I do need to take it here. So, even if it is a little redundant to the conference room. All right, nothing there. And we are now at 40 stars, so going to update that count here. And we do know that we're slowly working our way toward 50 stars, where some new constellation will happen. But what do we have today? That is apples. That is Clavis. That's the 4-prong room. That is rain. Oh, no, sorry, it's gems. Yeah, that's... Hey, wow, boy, did we need gems. That was a lucky draw there. I think this is 1 gem. Yeah. And then what are you? Can't remember this shape, but I know it's a safe one. The only one that I'm really hesitant to draw is, big spooky skeleton face that gives you dead ends. Southern Cross, I do know, can be a bit of a double-edged sword, but I'm still in favor of it. Oh, I see. So it's a slice, and then this is just, yeah. Rare chest, well, that's actually really exciting because it gives us, we already have the hammer, so when we head back in a minute, we will be able to do that. Do I want to draft observatory here or go to draft from the conference room hoping for a straightaway? I feel like that's sort of playing fractions of percentages potentially. I kind of want to go on down and draft from... Actually, no, let's draft from here. I think that's me overthinking. Ooh, weight room here is a little bit more punishing than I want. Break room is nice. How did I get a key? Oh, I had a tomorrow room where I got a key, I think. I'm going to take the break room here. Kind of annoying that conference is getting blocked off, but whatever, it still has an outlet here. And we can go in here, get some keys, and just having a couple of those in the pocket is always nice. Anything over here? Nope. Math time. 16. 24 minus 1. So that's 23 becomes 32 becomes 8 times 4. 8, 10, 18, 81 divided by 9 is 9. Plus 2 is 11, which flipped is still 11. We have 21 multiplied by 2 is 42. Minus 1 is 41, which becomes 14. Times 1 is 14. Yay! Now, I'm going to go on and go back down to draft through here. The farther up you get, the more painful it becomes to backtrack, and it's already a little annoying to have to burn 4, 5-ish steps, but we do want to draft these out. Plus, there's 2 chests waiting for us. If I hadn't drafted a room with keys, basically, I'd have left this one, but going on and having these in pocket really is nice. Smashy, smashy. Lovely. And smashy, smashy. Gems, gems for days. Alrighty. So, spare green room is over here. Yep, just make sure there's there. Show me a conservatory. Yeah, baby. Let's go. Nothing there. Nothing there. What are we working with? Ooh, Great Hall, Passion, spare green room. Interesting options. I think I just want to leave Great Hall at unusual. I don't want it to be rare because it has... I know that I can reset room rarities in here by going to the room menu, if that's what you're talking about, something original. Curious if I am remembering what you think I forgot. More general thing. Go ahead, yeah. I feel like I want to keep it here because I don't want it common because it's obviously a costly room, but it has a lot of stuff. Doors are, yeah, I do know that doors are more likely to be locked in higher ranks. Yeah, I do remember that. We made this commonplace, I think, because just having the 4-way access, even at the cost of 2 gems, is pretty nice. I kind of want to make it back to standard. That still powerful, but the 2 gem cost is a real one, and we don't always need it as desperately. But then again, it has the steam, which makes it particularly appealing. So maybe we do keep it there. And green room, I like this at commonplace. It's a nice, simple straightaway. So I don't think we're actually changing anything here. Kind of like this as it is. Yeah. That's fine, though. You know, we still drafted to have that chance of getting something silly and crazy. Hey, experiment. All done there. Just gonna take the den and be happy. Boink. Now there's some incentive to go back and draft from the conference room to have a more reliable path to and from it. But I also don't think it matters that much. Courtyard, parlor. Ooh, interesting, because we have one northern one here and technically still one here. I don't want to take a dead end here. Courtyard, you know, under normal circumstances, I might care about the gem cost. What I care about more is saving this for the higher ranks where, like something original was saying, the locked doors matter more. That being able to save this for really rank 5 plus is my ideal. I don't love putting this here because if it puts me at the mercy of that draft there of making sure I get a left outlet. But since I do have the break room, I think it's fine. So we'll just take this here and that's all right. But while we're at this, I do want to go ahead and draft here as well. Ooh, yuck. Keep in mind, this was a standard, not commonplace. Oh, yeah, this is the 4 paths, the cross coming into play, isn't it? Woof. I'm not taking the weight room this early. That's just brutal, and so is archives. I just have to take the Great Hall. That's kind of annoying. Well, at the very least, I don't need to spend the key to get over there because it automatically opens from having the conference room. So that is nice, actually. Yeah, that's actually one of the really nice things of being able to draft the Great Hall with something already across from it. So let's go up to the parlor, do a little puzzling, and get... Boy, I need some gems right now. I could really use a couple more gems. But hey, a coin purse while I'm at it. Which I do know now because I found the last recipe. I still need to make 2 recipes in the workshop, but that I'd been finding the shovel battery pack and maybe broken lever recipe scrap of paper, and I finally found the other one, and it requires the coin purse and the lucky rabbit's foot. So, an interesting revelation there. But that is all fine and dandy. So, Cecilia Green. What do we have? The gems are not in a box with a true statement. Okay, so that means not necessarily there being that's well, not in a box with a true statement. We'll just leave it at that. Statement on the blue box is as true as this statement. The gems are not in a box with a true statement. Okay, so these are the same, exact same phrasing. If wait, gems are not in a box with a true statement. Gems are not in a box with a true statement. Statement on the blue box is as true as this statement. This is false. Because if this is true, that means that is true, which means that is true, and that is not possible. Whereas if this is false, those can be true or false. Well, no, because those need to be true because it needs to be so. Gems are not in a box with a true statement, which has to be true, which means that is true, which means this is false. So that is the only one possible. Thank goodness I really did need those gems. Show me a corner. Not turned the right way. Oof. Well, what was that about a passageway and such? And having 4 outlets being nice. Oh, wait, or the bedroom. Ooh. I like the bedroom here better. Bedroom here a lot better. I don't feel particular need. You know, this isn't even about saving gems, obviously. I'd rather have those increased outlets elsewhere. I don't need a great hall doing that right now. Yeah, bedroom. Cool. Yeah, this is fine so far. Just sort of seeing what we get. Ooh, sleeping mask. Love that. Now, of note, I am now incentivized to enter and exit this. Oof, we are seeing the power of that 4-way constellation coming into play quite distinctly. Cloister of Lydia, obviously. Fantastic placement. Some real opportunity. But I am quickly also realizing that the hazard of that 4 path is just how often it means I'm going to get served the weight room in the archives. And that's a little bit worrying. I still do not want to take the archives this early. The archives is this is a opinion-based question. I think the archives is the single most punishing room in this entire game, and I don't think it's particularly close. Losing out on 1/3 of your known options in every room perpetually is such a just statistical game changer, and it's especially if it's in the first third or even first half of the house. If you're losing a known option, and that the putting yourself into randomness in this game at that level of mercy is so much agency being given up. And I would take it potentially if there was an experiment where, draft an archive plan and, I wanted to get a bunch of those, that could be something. But because of how many rooms there are that you're, whether it's a dead end or just different way around, gem costs, there's so many that, it can be powerful if you see a 2 or 3 gem cost or more. Anything that isn't a 1 gem cost, but a 1 or 0 gem cost isn't much. But anyway, all that aside, Cloister Lydia is the snap pick here. Very easy, very known. Also, while we're here, I'm going to go on and take the 5 steps from that sleeping mask. We don't have the shovel yet. Is there one that I want to draft first? Let's take this one first. Obviously, we are... Ooh, it's nice. I think it's just... Well... Interesting options here. Treasure Trove, obviously very powerful, very good. But this is a prime spot for a dead end. This gives us 15 steps because of the mask. This gives us 2 keys is the real power here. True, that having this basically... one, it makes the potential even higher. But I feel like I have so much gold. If I'm able to double up with the bunk room, 270 at this point should be sufficient for any showroom. Outside of being very unlucky, in which case, finding treasure trove is still possible. And this is only a unusual room if memory serves. Whereas prime spots for... Yeah, I need the treasure trove and the office, but my current thinking is my odds of getting this again are moderate to high. Because all these are common rooms. But that the number of prime spots for a dead end are much fewer. And therefore, using a dead end here is going to be ultimately more valuable. That whether I find this now or after a bunk room trigger is still going to do a lot. But I'd rather put this almost anywhere but here when I have this many branches to work with. And just getting these out of the pool now is nice. The question is, do I want 2 keys? Because that's the real value of the storeroom here. Gems are meaningless, 1 coin is meaningless, or 15 steps, and the chance at an item. I'm thinking... The other thing is with how much I'm going to be seeing the weight room today. Yeah, I do agree with that, but I also feel like I have no urgency for it. If I don't find the breaker box, I can just sort of leave it until the end of the day. And yes, there's always odds that the next room can be valuable, but this carries that non-zero risk that's just not relevant to take right now. I'm going to take the keys because one thing that might happen down the line is if I get to 30-ish steps, somewhere in the 30 range and see the weight room, that's about where I'm more likely to take it. And then to still have the guest room in the pool, which represents another 15 back, is better than. So we'll take the storeroom here. That's nice as well. Oof. Oof. What was that about coins? We just take more keys, honestly. Really stacking keys early is nice. I don't feel that incentivized still to take archives regardless. It's not necessary right now. But I also don't like a dead end here. For as much as I liked it in that storeroom position, I don't like it here, so we'll take the Nook. I will go there in a moment. And last shot. Okay, so not getting any allowance here today. A little bit sad. Corridor here actually feels really nice. A little awkward to put the break room blocked off. Actually, maybe we take the passageway. Maybe this is where we take it. Is it just better to take this here? Because we already have this one unlocked. So, because this gives us this branch. This gives us effectively the same number of options as the corridor. And it's just the inconvenience of not having direct access to the break room. I'm not even thinking about gems. I'm thinking about keeping this in the pool for later on when it becomes more relevant to have more branches. Because one of the ways that I think about any given room is what slots does it give me access to? All three of these have straightaways, so this is unlocked no matter what. This spot is already unlocked by the Nook. Therefore, all of these have that at baseline. And it's, what do I want to keep in the pool? What do I want to remove from the pool? This costs 2 gems, which, like you said, really isn't relevant right now. But the difference here in layout is only whether or not I have an easy backtrack to the break room, or if it's just easier than to go out and up through. And I'd rather save the passageway for later on in the house where I might be at a greater pinch point. So, first off, keys, please. Oh no, I locked a door. Ooh, the rotunda or the vestibule. Definitely not the guest room here. These are all more or less, or these two are more or less the same. That, you can cheese the vestibule pretty easily. The rotunda is the same. Well, it might require keys potentially. Would I care which comes? I think I take the rotunda here. Yeah, let's take the rotunda here. Oyster corridor. Let's go on down the corridor again. Interesting. Interesting. So I can take this here, have all that access, but that's sort of redundant there. I think this is just where we take the utility closet. It's kind of annoying to see this blocked off, but then we can just go down to the dark room, have that draft upwards, and if we hit dead ends here, whatever, we have the rotunda. We don't care about 45. And this is less punishing. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Do. Off. On. Off. on. And I think we just go back to the dark room now, actually. Kind of annoying to use a chunk of steps here, but that's okay. Like I said, I'm kind of the mentality that eventually what's going to happen is I can work myself down a little bit to get to a more comfortable position to take the weight room and not feel super punished by it. And then I still have all of these bedrooms in the house with the sleeping mask that can get my count back up here. Oh, this here. And this here. Yeah. Commissary security. What? Why is that still out? I turned it on. What? I did, which is why it's out. You kidding me? What? Oh my god, that's so punishing. I thought I toggled it because it was... Oh, maybe I did. Ugh. Well, I guess now I'm going to be fine taking the weight room because this just cost me an extra 10 steps. That really sucks. Ugh. Damn. Ugh. That is very, very frustrating. Well, at least we have the bedroom. Yeah, that just cost us like 20 steps, basically. That was actually really bad. Part of me doesn't even know if I should have come down here, if I should have just let this go. I probably actually shouldn't have done this, but whatever. Now I'm fine taking the weight room. Yay. Ooh, hello. That's interesting. But now we're also very incentivized to take the weight room. Interesting. Furnace here. Ooh. Is there any reason to take the furnace here? I could take guest bedroom, but I kind of don't, because now I kind of want to see the weight room, get it spent, then start getting guest rooms. Yeah, I think I want the armory here. The only other consideration is the furnace to help coax the weight room. But we're also not really working with a lot of other active incentives. All right. Damn. I really wanted the torch today. I really wanted the torch today. Do I want the axe? I still haven't used my third axe swing. Wait, are these tradable? Can I trade the weapons at the trading post? I would think they are. There's some incentive there, actually. Sort of the duality of, do I want to spend coins here? I think I'm going to spend on the Morning Star, but not the axe. $32 is a lot. Trigger. Okay, so options are take a dead end here, or take the drawing room knowing that I'm giving up one of my 2 in the pool for potentially more triggers. But I don't have any reason to believe that coins spent on an item are going to trade for anything better in the trading post. And 32 is so many. I'm pretty sure that I really only needed 1 trigger today, so just taking this is fine. Plus, there's still 1 more in there. And I really don't want to have to spend all those extra steps. So we're going to take the drawing room here. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's a dead end regardless. Oh, or we redraw. I want to redraw. Ooh, dining room or kennel, actually. Problem being, I don't have a shovel. I kind of want the kennel here, I think, just because I'd rather have the dining room spawn in a place rank 5 or higher that I know this. I could, in theory, draft the dining room, draft this here, take 1 step forward, 1 step back, gain 10 steps from this. But again, I'm kind of in the mood to try and coax out the weight room. I guess I do have the shield now, so I could just dodge it. But the dining room should be common is the thing. Yeah. And it has more branches, one of which is wasted here. Yeah. I'm going to take the kennel. Hello. What's interesting is that there's a variable number of dogs. So where are the dogs going? I guess someone's taking one of them out on a walk at any given point. Yeah, I've already seen this. That's fine. There. Don't have a shovel to dig, so that's fine. Hey, drawing room again. East Wing Hall feels pretty good right here. Rotunda. Give me something connecting. Ooh. Yes. That was another one of the last remaining goals. I think we have 2 blueprints left. Ooh. That's interesting. Keep in mind, this is a branch that is live, even if it doesn't look like it at the moment. Shit. I can't get to the rotunda from here. I need to go around. That's really bad. Yikes. Because of that, I take the courtyard here. I completely forgot to rotate the rotunda before I got there. Yeah, because this would require massive backtrack to get to the rotunda, so we're really not incentivized to go there. We just want the courtyard here. Plus, this could have the shovel. Shovel, my beloved. Amazing. Amazing. Yes. Okay. That's really exciting. Key. Love it. Now. Do realize that was a bit wasteful because I do need to be here. Yep, only 2 left. So only 1 more after this. Games of chance. How interesting. Right now, I take the dormitory because I wouldn't want to take the casino if I saw it because I'm waiting for the bunk room. And then there was 1. Only 1 left. That is very nice. Very exciting. Oh, also, this tells me the floor plan of the Great Hall, which we've already unlocked. A bit of trouble seeing. So is that the middle one? Yeah, it's the middle. So it's a middle on each side. That is, and that is a room with probably a thing. So cool. Nice. That's actually a good little information pickup to have. Nothing to complain about there at all. Right. And obviously this is, that's interesting. Oh yeah, because that's Rotunda, of course. Right. So here we are. And now we're starting to get a little bit sketchy on our steps. That is okay. Ooh. Mailroom here. Interesting. Or getting the passageway here isn't terrible. This then allows us to start getting closer to there, because right now we want to get to the foundation and make it so if we need to do something that I'd rather just never have to go to the rotunda again, and not have to return to really any of these spots, frankly. Just the number of steps it takes. So we're incentivized to build over more here. So passageway is what I'm going to take. Ooh, this is very nice because what happens here is we immediately pick up the lunchbox and we draft from here. We take 1 step and then we have the dinner. Boudoir has apples. We're not doing an apple experiment. Definitely not the nurse's station. It's dining room. That's why we wait for the dining room. And now well, there's some interesting things, actually. Oh, apples are worth 5 steps. Thank you. I did forget that. There is a consideration of, is there another red room I would rather save the shield for? Archives would be the one, frankly. So maybe we do wait on the dinner a little bit longer. That is okay. Oh. Yeah, probably going to take a key here. Oh, no. Ooh. I don't think I like the vault there. Do I? Because it gives me a bunch of coins, but it also really cuts off things. The gym's already been disabled, so actually the gym is just free here. We just take the gym. Yeah, archive here isn't as bad. Really sort of depends on how many steps we have when we see the archives versus the weight room. I check here. If it's locked, I don't spend the key and go down and draft from the passageway, see if I can get it without a key there, and if I need a key regardless, whatever, but that gives me a shot. That's fine. So we're going to go down again. Go here. Yeah. Drawing room trigger. How many are we at? 1, 2. Interesting that the rotunda is not a gear room, so this would only be 3. Other option. Foundation is pretty bad here. But I'm also thinking about like if I were to find a freezer and back it up against a freezer, maybe. Probably not. I just take the 3 branch and hope that, because either way, 1 will be an outlet here, guaranteed. Even because if 1 is at the rotunda, which would be kind of annoying, we still have 1 outlet for sure. Or the drawing room, which is only 1 outlet. Yeah, so yeah, well, it's not too risky because basically what happens is we're guaranteed 1 of these branches. And then we draft that branch and just try and connect it to the foundation. As long as we do that, we're great. Drawing room only has 1 there anyways. Furnace has 0. So Mechanarium is no worse than the drawing room. But keeping the drawing room in play, I guess, just to be sort of clean and have the tunnel completely done. But then there is the value of waiting and hoping to see this after getting a 4th gear room. But I think this is fine, because even if it's a dead end there, that it would mean it's a door we can open, actually. So we're going to do that. Oh, see? This is why we played that game there, because now I don't need to spend a key on this. What? What? I've never seen this before. How did this get turned off? Did I turn off the security doors? Oh my god, I did. I'm so dumb. I must have done that reflexively. Oh my god. I was on such autopilot today in the breaker room, wasn't I? Oh my gosh, that's so punishing. Okay, okay, fine now. In that case, the path is very obvious. You're going to draft up here to get to the foundation. Okay. Interesting options. Weight room, no shield. Lose 15 steps. Go to 15. We can spend then 3 immediately. Be like 4 or 5 actually. To go to the dining room, step to the gymnasium, go back to the dining room, get 20 steps. Alternately, we just take the vestibule. Be kind of comfy there. Most we need to do is a step or 2 if we get unlucky, and that's the locked one. Take the weight room with the knight's shield. Just have this free and open here. Very powerful room indeed. And know that we run the risk of the archives. And it's just, what would be worse at this point in the day? Weight room or archives? I think at this point, it's been a little tough finding steps today. And we know the 20 is there, but it would cost a chunk to go to and from. Whereas archives is also on the if we find it and if there is no other good option to take at that moment. And that's multiple ifs that have to come true. And then we need to take it and then also draw things that aren't good. I think that we take the, if you can find the boudoir that's 20 steps from apples and sleeping mask, that is pretty good. But again, that's sort of an if, whereas we have the guarantee now of Knight's Shield just taking this, knowing we have all of these branches, don't need to worry about extra steps if we get unlucky on the lock spawn. We're just going to do this. This is definitely where I want it. Oh my gosh. I still can't believe I did that. That was wild. Okay, so. But while we are here, that's fine. Ooh. Ooh. Interesting. None of these are great. Dormitory is a new room. For some reason, I thought that was added overnight, but it's added immediately. So I'm going to assume that I don't get this trigger from previously drafted ones, that this only starts tracking after you draft the dormitory. Office does just give us a bunch of coins which go immediately to the conference room. Very powerful there. I think I take the office, spread the coins. Yeah, well, basically, we're still just hoping to get to the showroom eventually. We don't get the northern path regardless. I cannot think of any possible reason to take the classroom here. It's really just, do I want the office, spread coins? They're all in the conference room, which is fine because I'm about to go down through the foundation to reset security, and then I'm right next to conference to pick up all those keys anyways, which honestly isn't bad. Or take dormitory, get 5 steps. Again, I'm assuming that it's not counting previously drafted drawing rooms. And then at least have that unlocked, see if there's any lore in here. Still go down to the foundation, do all this. The other piece is not spending too many more steps, because 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Crap. I think this does give us more chances at getting those triggers later. I don't know how many of the drawing rooms are left in the pool. Still don't have a place to spend the coins. Let's take the new room. We get 5. Ooh, we get some dice. That is nice. That's really nice. Oh, the drafting strategy. Do I already have this one? This is volume 2. I don't think I have volume 2. All right. Yeah, because the first one I have is volume 3. Right. Let's go in and get these. Curious what this is going to give us. And we also now still have the very obvious waiting for volume 1. Alrighty. There. Put that there. I will read all this after just doing the quick screenshotting. Do. Ducks, ducks, ducks. All right. Time for spot of reading. I'm screenshotting pages, yes. All right. As architects, we know that designing a building is a complex and multifaceted process. From the layout to the details, every decision we make can have a significant impact on the final result. Perhaps that's why we're always looking for ways to improve our craft and refine our ideas. In this edition of Drafting Strategy, we're excited to introduce a useful concept that you can take your designs to the next level: room subtypes. While we've previously explored the use of colored floor plans to categorize the basic kinds of rooms, in this issue, we will be examining the architectural symbols that can be used to further classify and differentiate the types of rooms in your house. These symbols provide the draftsman with a visual way to indicate the purpose and function of a room. Whether it's a designed workspace, a utility room, a conundrum, or a utility control room, a conundrum, these subtype symbols can communicate the intended use of a room at a quick glance. By including these symbols on their floor plans, architects can make it easier for contractors and builders to understand their vision and bring it to life. But the benefits of floor plan categorization go beyond just clarity. By understanding and identifying subtypes, architects can craft strategies that surpass the surface-level simplistic approaches commonly used by inexperienced drafters. The craft of the draft. Drafting rooms are floor plans that affect the draft pool or the drafting process. As such, they're designed for academic research. I'm going to skim over some of this at this point for time's sake. Yep, that's just flavor. You do know of these, yep. Amia, only strategy, yep. 8 different grades, yep. Annex, yep. Exams, yep. Yep. Okay, that is known. We have been there, done that quite literally. Industrial space, machinery, and centers, yep. Yep. Drafting from a door that is steam powered will increase the likelihood of drawing rooms with ducts. Good to know. Why is this duct green? That feels important. Time like the future, yep, known about that. Entering a furnace or sauna after drafting the freezer will thaw any gems or gold, and once again refreeze. There's a draft within a few ranks of the freezer, temperature will start rising and everything will melt. That's useful. Because this, what I wasn't sure of previously, I knew that the furnace could impact the freezer. I wasn't sure if it needed to be up against it physically. Knowing that is within a few ranks and not an exact placement is very useful. My evaluation of the furnace now goes up quite significantly, especially, frankly, at this time of the day. I still don't necessarily want to take the furnace super early on the long shot of getting the freezer, which I have made rare and may now actually decrease the rarity of, come to think of it. Maybe something that we do when we go back to the entryway. There's stuff in there that interests me. That's just puzzles. We know about that. Spread rooms. We know about that. Yep. When I was a child, I vividly remember the experience of reading the memoirs of the court's grand architect, Luza T. Rayland. To say it changed me is an understatement. It had a profound effect on the way I viewed the world and the spaces within it. We each draft our own dreams as a child, faint sketches on blurry blueprints, illegible to all, especially ourselves. And our purpose? Why, it is found in the floor plans of our youth. In the floor plans of our youth. This is certainly a floor plan of our youth. But so is things like the bunk room. Makes me wonder. Alrighty. Ping pong paddles. Bowling pins. Ha! Nice. That would be really useful if we hadn't already gotten that. Also, a slight potential misdirect there that if you didn't have the orange symbol there, you could get faked out to think that's purple. All right. Really nothing else here? Well, 2 dice is still pretty nice. All right, so what are we doing here? We have to go to the foundation first. All right, because we need to go to security room to do that. Is there anything else down here that we want to do? We no longer have too much of a need to go all the way up to the rotunda. It's also, do we want to go to the dining room right now or later? How am I at 43 steps suddenly? Oh, so it did count previous ones. I didn't look at the number when I walked into the dormitory, but I guess it did count previously drafted drawing rooms. That's interesting. Okay. But still, yeah, because now seeing a bunch of the security doors, I do need to just get these done. Oof. Might as well do this. Running a little low on keys. Interesting. Interesting. It's definitely not the Chamber of Mirrors. And frankly, I don't think it's the vault either, because this makes drafting to here so much more difficult. It's going to be the treasure trove. And I am fine doing this now. Cool. But what's really frustrating is we're starting to run low on rooms to find the showroom and other things. All right, black box with moon insignia. Black moon do I want to spend a key here? I kind of do, because this represents technically permanent progress. Boxes marked with moon always contain false statements. That's like 3 times over needing to be parsed. Now the color is green. Boxes with moon always have false statements. Now we need to do a little bit of... Nope, not that one. Checking here. Because green memos are always true. False. Green memos in white boxes are always lies. Knew that. Knew that. Almost positive this is true. But that wasn't a white box. But this is a black box. So the problem is the non-exclusivity of this phrase. So we know that this is false, in that green memos you find in this room are always true cannot be the case, because green memos are always lies. But that doesn't mean that only green memos and white boxes are always lies. Yes, the boxes with the moon always can have false statements isn't in itself a contradiction, because if that is true, then this is false. So inherently, this is false. Yeah. Yeah. It's just as simple as that. And this does tell us that green memos in black boxes are not necessarily true. Doesn't mean they're always false, though. So how to do this? Well, because we're at 42 now, so that actually makes it a lot more comfortable. So let's go on and draft here. West Wing Hall is amazing here. Garage is mildly interesting at getting more keys, but this just gives us more options, plain and simple. And being up at 42 steps now is just much more comfortable. Ooh. Interesting. A lot of options here, because any of these are viable in their own way. Boudoir gives us 20 steps, because 3 apples plus the sleeping mask. Ladyship's chamber usually contains an item, gives us 10 steps. Oh, sorry, gives us 5 steps. Yeah, and that we get the constellations and everything. Office lets us spread a silly amount of coins in the conference room, which, for whatever remaining odds we have at the showroom here, still puts us in a really, really good spot, and we're going there anyways for security. Or we can redraw and try our luck there. I think that all of these are enticing enough that I don't feel the need to redraw. So, sort of crossing out that option. Does it, though? Because I can only access one terminal at a time, or one remote terminal per day. No, because security is online, so I can access it anywhere. Ooh. Yes, but then it is online. Okay. Now, the thing is, I kind of want to go to the conference room anyways, which is right next to security, because that's where I'd get a ton of gold. You are right there, though, that it gives some small amount of convenience. I could just not bother with it for the moment, and then if I find the showroom later, backtrack, but that might end up costing more steps, frankly. But suffice to say, I think, yeah, and we can spread it later, or whatever small amount is left. Since I'm up at 42, I'm not as worried about steps anymore. So we're going to do this. Take our gem. It's kind of frustrating how today is just not quite given us the things that we have been looking for in a lot of different ways, except for getting those last triggers. So, hey, if nothing else, today we're getting the tunnel. Because we still haven't gotten, like, workshop, haven't gotten throne room, haven't gotten the closed exhibit. Little bit frustrating, but we still have some shots left. So let's see what we can get. Card system. Offline mode. Unlocked. Confirm settings. Okay, cool. At least that's done now. Well. So let's draft here. Down to 3 keys, which is getting a little precarious. But we know there's like 3 security doors anyways that we can access, which is very nice. Or it might only be 2 now, because the dorm, one was here. But there's one in the weight room and one in foundation. We already have the Great Hall. It's down here. And we already know the exact layout of it because we've been to the drafting studio. So we didn't technically need it, but I think that's kind of where we want to be because it saves us those keys anyways. The only other option really was going to be the planetarium to potentially do stuff there, but at least in this point in time, I don't know if there's any value there apart from ending the day there, and we are still flushed with gems, so foyer here feels very nice indeed. And do I care about drafting here versus another place? I kind of want to draft centrally for a moment because of a few options. But we can also just scurry back to the Great Hall. But if we did that, if I'm going to go to the Great Hall, I'm going to go to the Great Hall whenever I collect the coins from the office. And it's, do I want to deploy the coins now or later? I don't need to. I think my current pathing is going to be continue drafting up here until I run out of keys. Once I run out of keys, then trigger coins, go here, hope that there's coins in the Great Hall rooms. And it's a question of, do I want to? No, because I want to draft the foundation first, I think. Yeah, that of the weight room drawer. Oh, yeah. Well, no, because what could happen is if I get the bunk room first, I'm fine. Oh, shit, no, the trading post is a shop. You're right. I totally forgot about that, yeah. Oh, well, that's fine. We're still so high on coins that they're... And with the office, we still have a very solid chance of being able to buy out the showroom, but this is also predicated on, you know, finding the showroom. Part of me wants to redraw here. Pool is nice. But with so few rooms left. Oh, I do have that. I have the hammer. I need to remember that. Yeah. And it gives us 2. Yeah, that's fine. Dinner is served. Sweet. You know what would be really awesome right about now? A furnace and then a freezer. Odds are very low, though. Other thing, I want to go to the conservatory and change the odds on the freezer and the furnace. I am now really incentivized to see them a bit more. Weight room, if this is locked, I draft the side and then... No, I don't, because foyer is unlocked. Weight room is going to be unlocked because there was a mechanical door there. So the only reason... I'm going to check and see if this is locked or not. And it's not, so that's nice. Ooh. Interesting. That's... Honestly, I don't hate that. An interesting possibility. I feel like I should just take it. Still kind of frustrated how little I've gotten today, but at this point I really should just plan for tomorrow. I don't care about pathing because gymnasium gets it for us. Yeah, we take the sauna. Oh, look, a gem. Okay. We see if we need a key to draft here, and if we do, we don't. So, what? Haven't gotten that yet. So let's go on up to the dining room, have dinner, draft from the gymnasium, and then head back because we have more than enough steps. I'm no longer worried about steps for today. So, wait, dormitory. Nope, sorry. Wait, mech, passage, courtyard, dining room. Wait, mech, passage, courtyard, dining room. And this was for the furnace, which we do not have, but I'm not going to bother with that because we really shouldn't need that many steps regardless. No, because the classroom was going into the weight room. We wouldn't get to draft from there. Ooh, good to know that that's there. Car keys, nice. Oh yeah, generally, of course. We're listening not to. Let's just do this. Oh, No, because that doesn't satisfy what I need. Yeah. Because it needs to be an opening there. Is that the right direction of the branch? It's not. I have 4 dice. I mean, probably just kitchen. We don't really need steps at this point, but doesn't matter. We don't need gems, goodness knows. Vestibule here doesn't get us any added benefit. Could redraw again, but I think I want to keep those in my back pocket just in case, so we're going to take the kitchen. Not yet. We don't want the morning room, honestly, and we're not really worried about steps still, so not going to spend there. All right, that was what that was for. Yeah, I think the showroom dream might be dead. That now, honestly, we're just looking for the freezer again. We're not in cursed mode. If we're in cursed mode, I've activated it accidentally. I'm okay spending one dice here. Oh, hey. Nice. We did freeze yesterday. Are you not allowed to freeze 2 days in a row? I think the locked trunk here is nice. Just have that. Smash it open. We know it's going to be unlocked. You cannot freeze 2 days in a row. Don't want to spend the last 2 dice, and knowing that I won't have to spend a key is nice. Plus, we have smash. Cool. So we're all set there. I mean, it wouldn't even matter if we got the secret garden here. We went for the prism key. We could draft for a... There's just no reason to. I mean, we might as well take it. That, or do we want to redraw here? Because this is going to be unlocked regardless. I think using it would be broken. A little sad here. Could take the guest room hoping for an item. I don't even know what I'd really be fishing for at this point. We do also still have the... No, because that doesn't matter because we don't have the workshop. That doesn't particularly matter anyways. Secret tunnel, secret tunnel, secret, 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 secret tunnel. Hello, Eric BK Tane or Bic Tane. We are indeed going to be getting a secret tunnel in just a bit. I'm going to just take the steps and maybe an item. Oh, well, that's not super useful there. We somehow get the workshop at the last second, though. That would be really cool. So, yeah, so kitchen, gym, dining, courtyard, passage, mech. Hey there, Mally. Kitchen, gym, dining, courtyard, passage, mech. Wait. We're going to... And then we're going to the foyer. Yeah. Okay. Kitchen. We're at 60 steps. We are quite good now. I'm still satisfied with how I drafted today. Played to the outs. Wound up in a very comfortable place with steps. That should be there. Cool. Nope, no podcast today. That I've been recently doing some just casual gaming streams in addition to my show, and I've been neck deep now, I say, in blueprints. This is been sort of my de facto game for a while. Channel's still unmonetized. I'm really just doing this for funsies. I don't know what the long-term plan is. There is no long-term plan. That's the secret. I've never had a plan. I'm just here for fun. But if you like some blueprints, happy to have you here. Hey, got that trigger. Interesting. Is it worthwhile to give up the last 2 spots? Because we only have 1 spot left that could possibly have the showroom. Could redraw here for it, yeah. That might be it, yeah. Because we've bought... what is the other thing in there? I feel like there's something in the gift shop that cost 110 or something. Please remind me, was there anything... Well, the problem is I can't redraw and would have to take it here. So I think Yes, okay, that's the item. So I could have sworn that there was a 3-figure item to buy, and I would, at this point... Yes, but at this point, I think it is worthwhile to not use the last dice, hoping for the showroom. Take this here as my backup. Draft from here, hoping to get one last shot at the showroom over there. Because the last thing I want is to have 184 coins and nothing to spend it on. So I think that's the play. The risk is if we draw here and don't get a corner room, then dead in the water. But I think having this is just the better long-term play, I think. Yeah, but we're not going to spend there. It's fine. Perfect. Great. And I think this helps us because the showroom is not common. So I think it's just the library. Not incentivized to use the pump room anyways. Servants' quarters would be bad. And we're not going to use the last dice on this when it's just being presented to us. I have taken out every book here. The only one... I think I'm going to take Volume 4 because I realized I don't have the screenshots. I think somehow I may have forgotten to take the screenshots of Volume 4. Let me double check that. So I have Volume 3 here. Oh, no, I do have Volume 4. I didn't take a picture of the Volume 4 title page, so it sort of blended in with the others, but I have Volume 4 already screenshotted otherwise. And I have Volume 5. So unless there is that weird corner case again, where I need to know a book and that the title page matters, and there's something specifically on the title page of Drafting Strategy, Volume 4, I'm fine. And I'm comfortable gambling at this point in time that that will not be happening. That's there. Yeah. So what do I want? There's really nothing I need. Is there anything that... I'm going to do a quick glance through my screenshots, and what I'm looking for is anything that might have need for a magnifying glass, because that's really the only thing of potential value left here of why I would rent a book again for something I hadn't had a magnifying glass. Maybe one of the images here is worth magnifying. Probably not, but still possibly. I had this note, and I know I screenshotted it, but I think it got brushed off to a different area of my document. That is a consideration. These illustrations are interesting. Part of me wonders if getting a magnifying glass on them might be worthwhile. Some of these things here. Sorry, I'm just sort of leaning in right now toward the screen itself to see if I can see something that I can't clearly see. Swimbird looks relatively clear. That's drafting strategies. That's 2, and this is 3. Interesting that we're still missing drafting strategy volume 1. Good old Draxus. Room we've already mastered. We've gone through New Clue quite extensively. Blackbridge. That is a very complex illustration. Also, you know what? I'm going to take a moment right now, because I've been meaning to do it for ages, and I have a terrible feeling in the pit of my stomach that I have left something on the table and missed out because I never took the time to read Curse of Blackbridge because it is so long. And I really, I've been meaning to say, oh, I'll definitely read it off stream, and I keep not reading it off stream. I never read it fully. That I glanced around and had some things, but I didn't get all of it because I didn't want it was too long to read on stream was the problem. So I think we're going to do that now. Because I know some of these things in certain symbology, because like I said, I've skimmed, but never really taken the time. So let's do that. No. Where is? All right, that goes away. Oh, and this is now being blocked there. Okay. So, curious, would people like me to read it aloud, or should I speed read it silently to myself? Fine with whichever folks might find entertaining, or if you want me to just get back to gameplay, read this real fast for myself. I wouldn't read it aloud in SpongeBob's voice. I could read it in the French narrators many years ago, but I almost feel like that would end up being potentially offensive to anybody who's French and walks in not knowing that it's supposed to be a SpongeBob thing. Do Squidward. Many years ago. This is so long that would get annoying. I would have to just read it normally if I read it aloud. You know what? Might as well. The Curse of Blackbridge by Redford Ewing. This book generously gifted by Simon P. Jones. Many years ago, before peace had become a familiar word, there lived a group of rogues so wayward that the locals deemed it appropriate to call their number the Unholy Hounds. They were feral outlaws composed of society's worst in a time when society was at its worst, and for each crime that fearful travelers credited to the group, a dozen more lay unclaimed, each worse than the last. For the gentry, however, whose often value their coffers more than their companions, no crime could measure more wicked than the group's primary enterprise, high-road robbery. One such member of this so-called band of rogues was a boy of 13 years, Jesper, who had not been lucky in his life, having lost 2 brothers to war and parents to famine. In the years of hunger that followed, Jesper lived in a gutter behind a churchyard, relying on the nourishment and scurrying bugs and weeds harvested from the cracks of an alleyway to sustain his pitiful existence. It is not surprising that a child aiming to escape such hardships would take any easy road out. An easy and well-traveled road, paved with temptations, leading out of the city and into the gentry lands where loose purse strings entwine with strands of salvation and glisten equally with the hope of opportunity. It was this road that eventually led Jesper to the end of his youth, a hidden cave at the bottom of Blackbridge Canyon. It was here that he met his surrogate family and saviors, that notorious gang of godless outlaws known as the Unholy Hounds. Despite the hardened circumstances that had led him to this vocation of banditry, Jesper was surprisingly tender-hearted and was often teased by the group for being too kind for such an ignoble life. For this reason, Jesper was assigned the innocent role of berry picker. It was not just innocence that set berry picking apart from the gang's more wicked undertakings, for it was the only duty performed without the safety of night's concealment. Jesper, no stranger to solitude, did not protest that he worked alone while the others slept soundly, tucked away in the cave at the bottom of Blackbridge Canyon. On one such occasion, Jesper decided to get an early start. He left the cave, berry basket in hand, and set out into the woods before the morning sun had even brushed against the tallest treetops. It was colder in the mornings, but the headway dawn afforded meant Jesper could reach the farthest berry patches without worrying of being chastised for tarrying upon his return. It took over 3 hours on foot to reach his destination, and along the way, Jesper had passed many a familiar bush, all priorly pillaged and so bereft of berries that one could have had to dedicate several moments in earnest examination before finding a single one. Jesper was patient, but even with patience, it has its limits. He was confident that even accounting for the time lost to this long stretch of travel, his efforts would be well worth the pains. Surveying the patches in this new grove surprised even Jesper. The red dots suspended among the leaves seemed as numerous as the stars in the skies. Upon seeing such a bounteous sight, he clutched his berry basket tightly and nearly toppled over out of joy. Once he had regained his senses, Jesper quickly made a decision. He would not reveal the location of this newfound treasure. Instead, he would earn the respect of his confederates who, upon seeing his yield, might attribute the success to hard work. Smiling at his plan, Jesper set off to fill his basket and was making steady strides in this task when the sound of thundering hooves interrupted him. A carriage is approaching. The thought of it made Jesper freeze. Had he been so enchanted by his discovery that he had neglected to observe his surroundings? How could a roadway come so close? He ducked it down and crept toward the impending sound, hiding behind one of the larger bushes nearby. It was only a moment more before the source's sound revealed itself. Within 50 paces of where Jesper hid, an elegant carriage with gold trim came soaring around a corner of trees, led by 2 beautiful white horses and conveyed by a stern-looking driver seated atop its vehicle, flaunting the most sophisticated regalia Jesper had ever seen. It was not just any carriage. It was a royal carriage. Even without ever having witnessed such a sight before, Jesper was certain. The sight had so transfixed Jesper that he had stood awestruck, unable to tear away as the carriage approached. The little concealment the bush provided was soon proven unequal to the driver's lofty perch, and upon spotting the boy, he pulled the reins with such effort that the noble steed slid to a sudden halt with precise control. "You boy, get out from behind that bush," he shouted with a rigidity that betrayed a modest amount of fear. "You startled me half to death coming round the bend of my own drive and seeing such an unfamiliar face in a place where there ought not to be any face." Jesper quickly contemplated running. The man was much older, and his dress was suitable for courtly behavior, not dashing through the bramble and the mud. I was picking berries." Jesper raised the half-filled basket up to allow the driver to see the proof of his words. The demeanor of the man suddenly changed. It was a change that Jesper was familiar with. He had seen many times the same stern expressions on the most fiendish bandits melt away when presented with a berry basket. Any suspicions that the driver might have had instantly evaporated, for even the notion of a member of the unholy hounds picking berries seemed farcical. The softened expression made allowances for a smile. "Berries, eh? Say, you couldn't have picked a better spot for them, could you? I used to pick berries here as a boy." Jesper took his cue to finally step forward out from behind the bush, proudly brandishing his basket. "I know, and what luck I have found them. I have only just begun picking, and look how many I have. It would have taken me 4-fold the time back home to procure this number." The driver bent down for a closer look. "And where is your home, boy? It must be quite far." Jesper replied with a scripted response. "A little town south of Tanner Fork, just past the burnt woods." "My God, that is far. You couldn't have come all that way only this morning." It was true. Tanner Fork was in the exact opposite direction that Jesper had traveled, and while that response would seem perfectly reasonable in a location closer to Blackbridge Canyon, he could see why it might seem less believable here. "Sir, I have traveled much farther for much less profit. I dare say there is no distance yet made by man that would not be worth undertaking for a prize such as these. Surely you've tasted them for yourself." Jesper felt happier with this response as it seemed to amplify the man's smile. "In my youth, often, but perhaps I took it for granted because I never had to travel very far. And even then, my father would always drive us here in our carriage, so I'm ashamed I never had to walk such a stretch to earn an equal reward." It was Jesper's turn to smile. "Then let my efforts reward us both today." He raised the basket even higher. "A taste in memory of your youth, sir." "Ah, the floor plans of our youth. The driver chuckled and removed one glove, bending over the seat to reach down to the basket. And at the moment his fingers touched the first berry, the dagger in turn met his throat, cutting through a superficial layer of skin and drawing blood. Jesper caught the man's startled eyes. "And for that taste, I will have your purse, sir, in memory of my youth." The driver's arm had gone stiff, his chin raised and trembling, more frightened than he had ever been before. Whether unable or incapable of speaking, he did not respond to the boy. So is this... Sorry, that's Jesper's speaking. "And for that taste, I will have your purse, sir, in memory of my youth." Whether unable or incapable of speaking, he did not respond to the boy. Perhaps he did not think his jaw could afford to be engaged at this particular time. Jesper let the basket drop, freeing his other hand to probe the man's pockets. "Do not mistake me, sir. I will not kill you if you give me no cause. Though I will admit, the thought of taking your carriage and leaving you the indignity of walking appeals to me." Unable to find a purse in the man's coat, Jesper pivoted to search the seat under him. "Why have you no purse upon your person?" The driver slowly raised his hand cautiously, pointing toward the carriage door behind him. Jesper lowered the knife's edge a small degree to allow the man to speak, which he did in turn softly. "There's a lockbox in the carriage." "Well then, come down and grant me the courtesy of sparing your life and binding your hands, a concession I assure you of my tender heart, for it would be much easier to slit your throat." The man started to comply, slowly lowering himself from the driver's seat of the carriage. Once down, Jesper guided him away from the carriage to a nearby tree, where he instructed him to get on his knees and put his hands behind his back. Excusing his inexperience, the man indulged Jesper while he figured out how to adequately bind him. The smile and kindness Jesper had seen on this man's face was nothing more than a distant memory. In their place, cold, dark, eyes displaying no emotion. "I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you are showing me?" Jesper stopped. So this would be... This is the man asking. "I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you are showing me?" Jesper stopped, surprised by the question, but ignored it, secured the final bindings, and then hastily returned to the carriage. With one hand on the door's handle, he turned back to the man. "If there is no lockbox, there will be no clemency." Inside, the carriage was surprisingly dusty and unswept, a stark contrast to the elegant and polished golden facade of the exterior. It had apparently been many years since a passenger had enjoyed the passage in this vehicle. This all but confirmed what Jesper had suspected. The driver of this carriage was not a liveried servant in the employ of some greater master. Any curiosity that this observation might have further produced was quickly abandoned upon seeing what rested under the carriage's back seat: a large wooden lockbox. Despite its hefty appearance, the box was surprisingly easy to handle. Within a few minutes, Jesper had dislodged it from its hold and carried it out into the sunlight. Inspecting the box carefully, 2 observations were made. Totemic symbols found carved on all 4 sides of the box hinted that the box was very old and likely not created by Arindian hands. It reminded him of artifacts from the old world and was presumably crafted in one of the ancient realms. Secondly, the box was secured by a rusted yet robust padlock that would not open easily without a key. Jesper looked over to see the driver quietly observing from his indentured position. "Do you perhaps have a key you can provide me to open this box?" Without emotion, the driver replied, "There is no key to that box." Jesper stood up. "Easy enough, then." He headed over to a nearby rock of sizable dimensions and lifted the stone up, carrying it back to the box. If there was ever a time when that lock had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. With one hit, the stone had completely shattered the rusted lock. He bent down and opened the lid. Inside was an effigy, a crude figure chiseled from stone. Without too much deliberation, Jesper bent down and picked it up, somewhat surprised how heavy it seemed given how light the box had felt. Having expected to find something more akin to gold or gems, he looked questioningly to the man, hoping to find an explanation. The driver's smile had once again returned. "You are cursed, boy, for deadly is the stone. You have opened that which should have never been opened, and you are cursed." Ben Danhausen, "You are cursed." Jesper carried the effigy over to the man and shoved it in front of his face. "What is it?" "That's one." Feeling his disappointment rising to anger now, Jesper tightened his grip on the effigy. Okay, so yes, this is one what you mumbling a Gentor. Now a Gentor, this is clearly Irajan. I will look that up in a moment. I'm gonna just note down the word Ajen Ajntor. There we go. And in God's name, why have you no purse upon your person? The man did not seem intimidated. 1 pace. He paused for effect. 12 more, and you will be dead. He had only a second to flinch before the effigy struck him in the head and put an end to his cryptic ramblings. If there was ever a time when the old man had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. Jesper looked down at the sculpted stone figure, now splattered red. Was it cursed? Was he cursed? He had, of course, heard stories of curses and had never doubted their validity in the past, but now that he was standing face to face with the possibility of being cursed, his mind pleaded with him to be skeptical. And if he was cursed, what difference would knowledge make? A dozen more paces would not be enough to find another living soul, to say nothing of the chances of procuring a remedy. If he did not move from where he was now standing, he could maybe live another 3 or 4 days, maybe more given the abundance of nearby berries. A plan that, if we ignore its obvious faults, might provide additional opportunities for help to come along. But what good would that do? To be discovered here beside a body, stolen goods in hand, bloated from berries, and raving about a curse that could not very well be real, that could very well not be real? No, it would most certainly be better to face one's fate now, take a dozen paces, and see if life goes on. But Jesper found his legs unable to make that first step. His mind was unable to convince the limb to waste away 1/12 of his life in a single motion. Feeling the desperation sink in, he hopelessly looked around him for a solution. And if, by some stroke of luck, the gods had heard his plea, a miracle materialized before him as if he found himself suddenly at the end of a fairy tale. 2 white horses and a carriage of gold trim were beside him, the answer to his immediate prayers. He laughed at his fortune and calculated the short number of paces back to the road. 4, perhaps only 3 if he jumped. He made a quick survey to see if there was anything he wished to grab before taking the plunge. He thought about removing the driver's fancy coat, as that appeared to be of some value, but the additional risk and undertaking of a task was too great a chance. And so, after a profound breath, he took his 2nd, 3rd, and 4th steps, though they were quite large. Seated now behind the horse, he reached for the reins and suddenly realized that he was still gripping the effigy. If the curse was real, then it would most certainly be better left here. If, on the other hand, the story was fictitious, there might be some appraisal that could be made of the figure. It was, after all, found within a lockbox whose typical function oft secures objects of value. Having witnessed firsthand the horrors of destitution, Jesper found his mind equally reluctant to allow his hand to let it go. If it is cursed, I die. If not today, then tomorrow. If I die, what care have I? And with that statement said aloud, to the horses seemingly, Jesper took up the reins with confidence. Part 2. Below the Black Bridge. Before we start, I will say that in my skims previously, I had noticed the presence of the word Agentor, and I know this box did appear in fortune teller's name, Alzara's final prediction. This box was the thing in the snow. There's obviously the parallel of the lockbox in the back of the carriage being the car in the garage. Also, I think there's a similar box in the treasure trove. Need to double check, but I'm pretty sure that's the one in the treasure trove. Miller awoke to some light nudging from a familiar foot. Only one person would have the cheek to awaken her in such an ill-mannered fashion. Shaking the sleep from her eyes, she glared up at him in the darkness but did not say a word. He nudged her again, teasingly, then stepped back into the dim. After taking a moment for her eyes to adjust to the darkness of the cave, Miller remembered. She was on third watch today. Quietly collecting her things and wits, Miller turned as she left, waving to her young friend who was more than likely already asleep. She crept through the cavern's main passage, careful to not wake the sleeping bandits around her. Like a hero in a book, she often mused. Quietly, she grabbed a bow from the haphazardly formed pile of weapons, shaking the accompanying quiver in the darkness to assess how many arrows it held. She then walked toward the sun-drenched mouth of the cavern, ready to start her shift. Above her, in one of the few trees found in the canyon, Miller could see that Ravia was already posted. She waved, and Ravia waved back. Calling out to each other was strictly forbidden. Anything louder than a gesture in the canyon was forbidden. When Miller reached the tree, Ravia lowered a braided rope and pointed to the ground behind her. Ooh, physical edition of the game comes with a copy of Red Prince. That's neat. Miller turned, following the finger, and saw a pail of water resting beside a nearby log. He turned back to Ravia, nodded, and secured the pail to the rope. The pail went up first, and in turn, Miller followed. Ravia reached across to grab the water. Miller leaned back to give her space. There was not much room for maneuvering in this tree post, a necessary concession for the concealment the outpost demanded. Ravia tilted the pail up to her mouth dramatically, illustrating how thirsty she had been. Miller laughed silently as water poured out, splashing onto Ravia's face. It was a bit too daring and noisy of a joke, and had the others been around, they would have certainly been scolded for the unwarranted sound, but Miller appreciated the efforts Ravia took to verbalize the silence of the morning. They had been on third watch together for over a month, and during that speechless time, their friendship had grown into something special. Affection was unsurprisingly scarce among the unholy hounds. She had felt camaraderie before, of course, but intimacy never. From their elevated vantage, the girls could see both the concealed entrance of the cavern as well as a clear view of the bridge that spanned across the canyon. Black Bridge was the link between the Gentry lands and the northern mountains, the overpass that connected Orris and Reddington. To the city-faring travelers of the realm, the bridge was an unavoidable crossing. In the day, the task was to ensure the travelers passed by without stopping. At night, the task was to ensure that they do. Like most of her band, Miller preferred the night. The biting glare of the sun might be tolerable to farmhands and bricklayers, but to a cavern-housed bandit, it was a source of constant annoyance. In the day, there was no shroud to conceal her expressions, nor to hide her thoughts. She felt exposed. Ravia touched her elbow and pointed up. Miller, striving to suppress a budding smile, subtly shook her head in response. There were many signs that the unholy hounds used in lieu of words, but the two of them had developed an extended vocabulary. Gestures quietly forged in the shared solitude of their month among the branches. She watched as Ravia shifted, placing her palms flat on the floorboards beneath them. Miller knew what she was trying to say, but shook her head a second time. It was often more fun to pretend to not understand. Ravia rolled her eyes and turned away, looking back to the canyon. Squinting through the leaves, the two girls had held still, watching and listening. It was not long until Miller, too, heard the sounds of approach. Ravia held up two bent fingers, and a few moments later, two men emerged from the bridge's southern end. They were dressed in familiar uniform, long gray coats with black facings, white waistcoats, and black tricorn hats. They belonged to the local patrol, the Black Guard. Although not an everyday occurrence, their presence at Black Bridge wasn't an unusual sight. It typically indicated an important traveler's impending passage across the bridge. information that the girls would promptly relay to their leaders as soon as the coast was clear. But this report, while exciting, was rarely acted upon. In Miller's 5 years in the Unholy Hounds, she had never once seen a carriage taken in open daylight when the blackguard was nearby. The men had nearly reached the bridge's north end when Miller heard the horses, faintly at first, but growing louder with each passing moment. Ravia's eyes met Miller's, the same concern mirrored in each other's expression. This did not sound like the typical carriage, cautiously approaching the bridge to cross. Instead of the familiar crunch of the highroad's gravel, they heard the harsh clattering of hoofbeats against stone. Both girls quickly redirected their attention downwards, looking through the foliage. The sounds were not coming from the highroad, but from the canyon itself. The horses were coming from below the bridge. In an instant, Miller had nocked an arrow and drawn her bow. Go. Ravia was gone before the whisper had even left Miller's mouth. The young scout was already sliding down the bank below, racing toward the cave. There was no road that ran below the canyon. There was no reason for numerous horses to be approaching their cave. There was only one reasonable conclusion, and both girls had reached it instantly. The base had been compromised. This was a blackguard attack. The moment the horses came into view, Miller let loose her first arrow. She was surprised to see a carriage. She had expected cavalry. But before she had even finished processing that thought, her second arrow was in the air. Without a trail, it would be unthinkable for a carriage to travel through such rough terrain. Yet she watched as the wheels jolted over the rocky riverbed. The third arrow was now in flight, and there would be no need for the fourth. The driver slumped over just moments before the vehicle dipped into a small ditch, slamming into an embankment. The force of this sudden halt immediately shattered the two front wheels and catapulted the driver from his seat. Utterly confused now, Miller quickly glanced over her shoulder to see if any horses were also approaching from the rear. Down in the canyon, the entire horde of the Unholy Hounds came spilling forth from the earth as if hell itself had suddenly sprung open. The group seemed even more bewildered than Miller, half asleep and tripping over one another in a desperate attempt to engage an unseen enemy in combat. Miller could see Ravia among their number, the only one looking up at her. Her expression was chilling. There would be no need for a silent gesture to convey what they both now realized. They had made a mistake. The gang's chieftain, Jeffrey Heartslasher, led the others, cautiously approaching the crashed carriage like a suspicious fox would near a baited trap. There were no words exchanged as the group crept forward in the customary silence. A dozen or so paces in front of the wreckage lay the far-flung driver, an arrow protruding from his broken body, and beside him, a blood-stained effigy carved from stone. Miller was inconsolable. Jesper had always been her favorite. He had always shadowed her in the night, clinging to the hems of her every move, the way a child tails behind an older sibling. Tender-hearted, she had always called him, though deep down she had known that wasn't quite true. His appearance of gentleness concealed a raw, resilient durability that emerged in the most perilous of situations. He had been a flower among the nettles of this cave, but he still had thorns, owned by a grim past and 100 hands of misfortune. They buried him in the darkness, in the back of one of the larger cavern rooms. He was interred with a berry basket and a silk handkerchief that he had treasured. The mysterious effigy they had found beside him served as a distinguished gravestone, a marker that stood out as somewhat special among the rows of similar swords marking neighboring plots. No one spoke, not even in whispers. There was nothing to say. Miller awoke the next day to a thunderous shaking and rattling of the earth, a far cry from the playful nudging of the previous day. She strained to adjust her eyes, but the choking sting of stirred-up dust caused her to flinch. Panic was also in the air. Sounds of scurried footsteps and the clattering feet filled the space around her. But even in alarm, the silence was louder. What was it that sounded so strange? Miller closed her eyes tight and used her feet to guide her along the passage. The whispers around her were getting louder, and intense voices could be heard ahead, louder speech than she had ever heard spoken in the canyon. A growing dread grew as Miller approached the mouth of the cave, her eyes now open wide with the dust, despite the dust. Shouldn't it be day? Miller felt a hand in the darkness pulling at her. It was Ravia. The two embraced, and Miller did not need to see her to understand. Ravia placed two bent fingers against Miller's cheek, and with that touch against her face, Miller felt the same sinking feeling from the previous day. Two bent fingers confirmed that what Miller had suspected. The girls had forgotten to relay one critical piece of information to the others. An hour or so later, the screams began, blood-curdling cries of hopeless desperation. Captain Fodrick Lee of the Black Guard and looked down from the ridge of the canyon to the collapsed entrance of the cave. "Ah," he grinned. "Now they speak." And that is the Curse of Blackbridge. So, some interesting things. Nothing immediately feels new. Because in my previous skims, Blackbridge is actually how I got the very first sigil, finding the symbol here, and remembering and seeing the railway on the cover page. Or I mistook this for a railway, actually, I think is what it was. But then we also had the sigil provided to us. I had looked at this in the past to double check, wondering if this might be referring to horses or other things. Knew of the curse and the 12 steps. Certainly got more flavor having now read it properly. But I don't feel like I have gotten anything new at this moment. But I am sure that I will soon find other things, because one thing I actually hadn't considered until halfway through the book was, is the tunnel we're about to go through this tunnel? Is it the tunnel leading to Blackbridge? So this might actually be quite timely to have the reading done right now. But I'm also sure that as we go, and obviously I did recognize the illustrations, that we've seen this in Alzara's premonitions, and prophecies. But I do want to do a quick check on the word Agentor. Just a moment on that. I don't think the 8th grade. Aj, so first. Is there anything on the worksheets? Aj lore. Have I gotten all the floor plans? No, I'm missing one now. I am missing the casino. Agentor. Agentor. Great. In this case, Agentor is only one R, so it's not referring to east. I don't know if I have anything to tell me what a Gentor is. The word Tor again, though. Tor is also from the castle puzzle. We see Tor. We see Tor here. That looking through these, there's Ajlor. But again, it's lore, not Tor. Because it's, you don't have Tor anywhere. We have Aj, which is first. But wait a second. Oh, there's Blackbridge. It's obviously, you know, a Gentor is referring to a person, but it could be any number of insults here. It's Entor. So we don't have anything here that even uses Entor. Ashdao. Then they lore, not Tor. Obviously, we still have all of this, which is a much broader thing. There's Ajlor, but not Tor. So what is Tor? Nevdao. Oh. Because I'm just not seeing Tor anywhere. Remind the Rajans reversing a word reverses the meaning, which adds another layer of complexity. Yeah. There's N from then, but there's still no V in there. None of these have the letter T at all. I feel like there has to be more information that I just don't have access to right now. I don't think I'm supposed to be able to understand this word right now. But returning to the initial question of what book do I want to take out, I'm still not sure, and I don't know if it matters. Is even in Curse of Blackbridge that maybe I get it just in case there's something to be seen with a magnifying glass. That's really the best I can think of, because Realm and Rune is effectively done now. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. I just saw something that I hadn't quite registered. Something from Red Prince. Ever grateful. There's a really distinct space there. It's a really distinct space here. Great. Also, I am aware of the small text there that we had. I'm sorry, yeah, that I'm having double cursor syndrome here. That I'm looking at the in Red Prince, ever GRATE space FUL. That seems deliberate. Yeah. Oh. Still think I'm gonna borrow that or Sightseer's Guide to Reddington. Actually. Yeah. I'm gonna go with Curse of Blackbridge. Sorry, that was quite the diversion there. Well, we have one room left to draft. Are you feeling lucky? Would there be any reason to take the lost and found here? I cannot think of a rare item that I would want right now. It wouldn't matter with, because I could trade it, but for what? Like, let's assume that I could trade for any item right now. What item could I possibly want? I don't have the workshop, which is the big problem at the moment. Like if I literally could just choose any item, yeah, upgrade. There's no way that I could get a Sanctum key from here, I assume. Like, if this is where the last Sanctum key actually is after all this, because I had the theory of that for a bit, but I figured that if the Sanctum key can be there, that it would appear on the first go around. I can't believe that they would have you, because every other place that there's been a Sanctum key, the location you walk in and it is there. It is just known that first time you walk into the throne room, it is there. There's no chance on it. Upgrade disc is definitely an interesting one, though. I take the chance at an upgrade disc or a redraw for the showroom. What do you all think? Trying to decide if I go to Lost and Found for my last room, hope to get something of good value, be it a upgrade disc, or trying to think of really what else could be of value, because I also have the trading post so I could trade for a lot of different things. Or do I roll my last dice hoping for the showroom? I am also leaning toward reroll. Yeah. Show me. Damn. We just take the clock tower. That gives us 1, 2, 3 keys to start tomorrow, which, hey, that's fine. I've bought out the bookshop. There's nothing there. Wine cellar is entirely redundant, so it's just the clock tower. Really? I thought this was taking account of the full house. No, because I very much read this as it evaluates at end of day. Because it says, for each tomorrow room you draft today, which means today in its entirety, not after this. And honestly, there's no reason that I would take any of the others anyways, because the bookshop is sold out 3 gems when I have 13. I'm about to lose them, doesn't matter. So we're going to take it either way and find out. I'm also going to see if there's an item up here. Oh. Okay. Sure. Okay. Neat. We're going back to the hallway. We need to spend a fair bit of steps. If we have steps, that's fine. Just hoping for something neat. Okay, so what's happening now? So 1, 2, 3, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20. I'm gonna spend the extra steps there just in case. We go up through there, get the coins. We have 1 key. That's fine. Yeah, so anyways, also first things first. Hooray! So, where West Wing office? I do want that just. There is some slim chance of something happening that I want to account for. That's fine. Let me take that. Okay, so Ultra Foundation Mech Courtyard Dining Room. We pass through the kitchen anyway, so we're more than comfortable. Really doesn't matter, actually. Yeah, that's right. All right, so this is not that chest after all. Oh no, I've seen in the tomb. That's right. That's where I saw the box. mech. And it's... Yes. Yeah, I did see the cursed coffers. And I had registered that even from the skimming I had done in the past. Um... Just in case something very silly happens. Here we are. All right, what do we got? Just a bunch of gems. Yay! Gems! Yay! All right. So... It is. It's a pity I can't freeze them. All right, so let's go back now. And... collect... our coins. And then... have some fun. Room. Here. Down we go. It's been an interesting day that, yeah, to, trade through, see if we get an upgrade disc or something. Oh, yeah. Might as well. And also, we can just consider what to actually use. I could just use the axe. I still haven't. Wait, did I? I may have, actually. Oh, I think I did, because I took it for a 3 gem on... What else is 3 gems that I took? Wasn't that? Wasn't the vault. What 3 gem rooms are there? Attic? Not attic. No, I used it on another. Oh! Did I use it on... Oh. What? Where did I use it? I'm almost positive I used it on something. Red rooms never have a gem cost. Oh, wait. Did I use it on... No. Could have sworn I... Maybe I didn't. Oh, I also want to reset this to not rare. Wow, maybe I didn't. For some reason, I had in my head that I had done something to it. Wait, those are outer rooms. Whoopsies. Wait, why does it... I found a bug. Is that... Found... No. Maybe I didn't. Okay. All right, so in order, a couple of things. It's going to be conference room, Great Hall. Armory. Then the trading post. Then, oh wait, conservatory, Great Hall, conference room, armory. That's because I need to do that as well. Let's do this here for a moment. Freezer. Oh, has this always been rare? I guess it has. I guess that has always been rare too. Really? Okay. That's fine. Oh boy, coins. I know that these are both to the doors. Got to check to make sure there isn't any items or anything. And over here, and this has, I mean, well, might as well. All right, so gold for days. God, I had the coin purse. This is just even more. Okay, now to armory. Before using this, commissary, Great Hall. Yeah. Not getting the showroom today was a little bit brutal, but at least we got the bird plush, so fine consolation prize. Unfortunately, we didn't get the torch either, so we can't blow up the dynamite. Oh, I can do this, though. Yay. What do we got? Pity. We don't have the workshop. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Nope. I think I want that. I've already used the... Yeah, I know, right? Honestly, the thing that makes this day not feel like a total failure is the fact that I'm about to walk into the tunnel. Interesting that I can still trade this after using it. Because that can only be used once, right? Oh, true. Yeah, I forgot about that. Hmm. I mean, we have the steps for it. Might as well. Oh, yeah, so we're going the hallway. Gosh, that is a lot of steps. We have enough. It's fine. Just hope that we're not going to get into the tunnel and then realize that I need it. Without spoilers. And I realize if the answer is yes, that is kind of spoilers unto itself, but to avoid intense regret. No, I should do this now. Of consideration of, is it more important to have steps or potential outfitting when we get there? It's not a few steps. It's a lot. We go here and then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So we go to about 30 steps. And it's just a question of, is there any reason that I would need more than a few steps when we get through the tunnel? Like, if that opens up a whole new area and suddenly I need a bunch of steps, that's scary. Yeah. But actually, what I'm going to do first, there is something that I'd rather have right now. And I'm willing to spend the potential step or two to get it. I wanted to wait and consider with the other items, but I want right now to make sure I want the magnifying glass. All right. Sing it with me, everyone. Secret tunnel, secret tunnel, through Mount Holly. Secret, 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 secret tunnel. We did already get the chip and the key and everything. Lucky me. Another basement room. Well, I guess I'm going there anyways. Well, it's also a good thing that I didn't then go, grab them, go to the trading post, see something I wanted, and trade away the basement key. That would have been actual tragedy. All right. Well, I'm glad I got the extra steps. I don't think I'll need them having as many as I do, but... Yep. It's a good thing I still had that one normal key. If I didn't, that would have been wild. Weight room is... did indeed buy all this out, yep. Oh, I'm an idiot. Well, I forgot to open that, which is fine. L. Sure hope that I don't end up needing the crown. I don't think we need anything from 46. Hopefully. There's still a very real chance that we do, though. So for what I'm going to do, I have enough right now. What I want to do, because this will at least give me knowledge of the exact amount I need. Good thing I bought all that food in case something silly happened. But it's kind of annoying that 3 times over today of just between the breaker box and needing the basement key and other things that I've done so many back and forth trips that are just unnecessary. Self-inflicted wounds here. The breaker box in particular is really, really... I hope that doesn't bite me. Yeah. You'd have a reasonable sized version of a room in real life, including ones you already have. Which would it be? Interesting question. Okay, and the question is also, do we just... Whoops. Do I go through the motions of getting the crown now? Or do I go back to the tunnel? We'd get back here with about 20 steps left. I'm going to take the calculated gamble that I shouldn't need more than 20 steps for whatever is beyond the tunnel. Or at the very least that the game would account for this somehow. Yeah. So another 20 steps. Ugh. Oh, note, this is a fireplace. Forgot to note down the ending order. Does anything new spawn in here? Like, I forget, because there weren't any items. It was just the existing stuff. Yeah. Did I draft a... I don't think I did. No. It's fine. All right. Once more with feeling. Shoes doing work today out here. Well, for real this time. Here we go. Oh my god, it gives you every door. What? I need the fucking hammer. Of course I do. Well. Okay. It was a good day. It doesn't matter because there's no workshop. Yeah. Unfortunately, basement doors remain unlocked. So I'll assume that first door gets relocked. But I now know I just need to have a way to open a tech door and a normal key. A lot of things for the coupon book. Yeah, oh, I could have gotten that trophy today. I can't trade the crown. How about that? Huh. All right, well, mild frustration, but, a day. Oh. Yay. Okay. Well, that's going to be all for this one. After I call it a day, I'm going to take a quick break to grab a snack, use the restroom. I encourage all of you to do the same. But the night is still young. I definitely have one more day in me, but this was a 3.5-hour day. A lot of consideration. Obviously, took a good 30-minute detour for the Blackbridge book. And also really sort of took my time on a lot of different things, but the break room is just up there. Yeah. All right. Is there anything I am blatantly forgetting right now? do not think there is anything else of interest that I could possibly do today. Yeah. It's 2 steps away. Nothing. Okay, cool. Yep. Well, calling it a day. Whew. What a tease that tunnel is. That's fine, though. We did also unlock and view our second to last room in the same day with the dormitory. So now literally all we need to complete Mount Holly is find the drafting room once more to get the casino. So we will continue in just a bit, but we will be back in a moment, folks. So take some time, go to the bathroom and all that jazz. See you in a bit. Alrighty, welcome back. Sorry for the delay. Had to exchange some happy messages with some friends. New York City is alive. Nixon 5. And now we are at day 5, 1. The missing letter is somewhere I have been. Oh yes, the sauna. We do have 2 keys. Did we really have 2, tomorrow rooms? What the? Why is this removed? That's where the break room was. Why? What? Is the break room always removed? Is that a bug? Do I have a blessing active? Not right now, no. I know exactly which blessing you're talking about. I do not. That's weird. Man, they should hire me. Keep finding bugs. Also, because I should have a 3rd key. There's Clock Tower, sauna, and then the break room. I should have a 3rd key. So it's not just graphical, it's functional. Break room is not being counted and is not being pulled for the day records. That's very interesting. And actually, kind of meaningful. A key can make or break. I'm going to start writing these down and maybe actually reach out to them. Hearing in day past day logs doesn't get counted for tomorrow effects. Tomorrow counting effects. EX clock tower. Shovel doesn't unlock foundation doors when kennel is active. There's a couple. I found the one-off bug on a locker, but that hasn't been consistent. Trying to remember if there was any other bugs I found, because I think I found 1 or 2 others. What do we got? We just take the shrine. We pretty comfortably take the shrine. But it's a question of how much do it... What? What? Oh, right. But this is for curse mode. I do not know what curse mode entails. If I click on this, will curse mode instantly activate, or will it tell me what it is and then give me the option? I am fine knowing this information. No... what? Okay, it gives you the opt-out. Okay, so it gives you an opt-out, but doesn't tell you what the curse is. Oh, it's just that curse. Yes, and I still have that logged here, actually. Okay, so it's... All right. Yeah. It's somewhere here in my notes. I was actually just looking at it earlier because I remembered. It was like next to something else. Where is it? Ah, is it up there? Here it is. Bedroom lose step, hallway lose key, green room lose gem, shop lose that. Lose all of the above. Now, at this time, I have no incentive to do that. So I'm gonna pass. Now, also, you draft the aquarium, cry and restart the day. Yeah, oh my god. Double checking my notes on... Where's the keys? Or no, it wasn't the keys. The shrine blessing info. I had it somewhere. Gardener's logbook, where I put it. Wait, do I have it? There it is. Okay. Yeah. 12 is the Tinkerer. 10 is the General. 7 is Chef. 5 and 6, I think, were both the Gardener. I'm not sure about 1 through 4. Or if I did that, I forgot to write them down. Question of how much we want to spend, really, and that, it says that spending more can make it more days. I've still never seen more than 3 days on any given blessing. Here's the other thing, because that would be the... It's not there. Yes. It is here. Your berry picker. Chef, gardener we've had, general we've had. Monk is amazing. Dancer. Dancer would have been really cool yesterday. We were flush with gems. No, is it trying to see if there's a logic to it? Because if it was 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, but that doesn't explain why 12 was the Tinkerer. Because this was 5, 6, and this was 7, I think, and that was 10. So Eh. Cheeky with unlucky 13. See what it does there. No, because 12. Yeah, it was 12 that was the... Tinkerer. So I don't know if one more is going to do that or if I should just go up to 15. Let's go to 15. Berry Picker. Okay. That's neat. First time with that. Yeah. So this is just a fourth option for everything. If you don't like what it is, you can take what's behind door number 4. Actually, moderately powerful, so... Alrighty. So, big goal for the day. We're on the hunt for the hammer again. And frankly, just everything we want is in the showroom, because getting the showroom gets us, hopefully, maybe the last 2 contraptions. That, there's a lot of different things. Wait, no, because we aren't likely to be able to get the shovel one and the hammer on the same day. Whatever. 1 away from that. 8 away from that. That's just time. We know those. Yep. Admittedly, knowing what the curse is doesn't seem impossible. It seems extremely difficult, but there's ways to get that, so... Let's see what we have to start the day. Well, conference room again is just very nice having it be front and center, and it gives us those 2. Cheese with any % speedrun strats. Do I know enough about the game that you can tell me what speedrun strats are? Because I have no interest in speedrun strats. I wouldn't be using it. I just want to make sure that, like, if there's a room or a mechanic or an item that is central in speedrun strats that I have not discovered, I don't want to know it. But if I know all of the pieces in speedrun strats, I am curious to know how one speedruns this game, because you have mentioned to me that speedrunning is detected actively by the game, and that the game changes its behavior in a way when it detects you are trying to speedrun. If it is... Yeah, so if it's just that thing of when the game detects your speedrunning, it does a thing, I'm fine with that spoiler, quote-unquote. No, it's not just that, It's not actually useful anywhere outside the speedrun. I take it it's not a plot-related thing. It's just a mechanic. There's a jump button? I assume that the jump button can't be used outside of the speedrun strats. I'm like 2 inches off the ground while going downstairs. Huh. Gasp. Oh, okay. Huh. Do I just use a berry here? Because this becomes redundant. I'm not using the archives. Room 2. That feels awful. And guest room is just a dead end. What I really want is a straightaway. Maybe I just accept the den and, it's not amazing. Is a berry too risky? Like, what's a catastrophe scenario? Wait. We'll just take the den. At least now we can take a straightaway, maybe. Nope. Wow. Some real... Oh, well, drawing rooms. Yeah, that's fine. Honestly, just shoving the storeroom here feels kind of fine, or I could redraw. I might as well redraw. Oh, Part of me wants to take the nurse's station here. Just get it out of the pool early. Shove it in the corner here. I have a branch there. Let's do that. Any items for me? Banana. It's been a minute since I was in here, just sort of glancing around. See if there's any lore bits, maybe. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Ugh. Maybe we redraw here as well. Yeah. Do I really just do a berry? Gives me a random room, right? That's what the thing said. Do I also get a berry? Oh. Okay. So I don't have one, but I also now see that I'm limited to 3 berries per day. But Secret Passage there is kind of spicy. So let's draft elsewhere. Come back here later when we have something to aim for. And of note, it did not take a gem from... Or did it take a gem from me? No, it did not, because I spent a gem on the nurse's station. So the berry, it can be any rarity, and it bypasses all extra costs. Don't love using my last gem here, but I'm going to be fine with it. There's other stuff that I can potentially get, and this is still, again, very powerful. And can only be here. Unfortunately, I like all these where they are. Kind of had to just... Yeah. Bit of a bummer there. All right. Now we really need something with gems. Like, give me the... Okay, break room's fine. Of course, after having all the gems in the world yesterday, the first thing we do here today is spend our only 2 gems and then run into something where we would have loved it. What the... I'm going to assume This looks like a third. Cool. 3 minus 1. Huh? Oh, it just becomes 1. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. Fun little thing to find early in the morning here. Ugh. Ew. That's disgusting. We take the storeroom because it gives us 2 keys and a gem. Like, catastrophe scenario, we just go up to the foundation, so risk isn't that absurd, but kind of a crummy little opening there. Actually, do we do that now? No, because I'll need so many keys up there. It'd be really punishing. So what do we look for here then? What would we want? What gives us the most outs? Hallway, I suppose. Probably not a green room. Well, actually, green room, no, because I don't have enough gems to make it work. No, those don't normally cost gems. I only have 1 gem, so I couldn't do that. That'd be fine. Yeah, it might be free. But it's more of what color do I aim for? It's definitely not that. I think we just do a shop, probably. No, because all these only have 1 outlet. Well, except for the gift shop, but really wouldn't want to use a red room there. I feel really bad. I think we have to go for a hallway in the secret passage. Oh, did not realize there was a banana there. Oh, did I? And I didn't actually. I'm an idiot. Oh, I'm so dumb. I threw this entire day. I forgot that. I could have been. Ah! Well, at least we now have this. So. This actually gets a lot more interesting now. With 2, does that change the calculus at all? I do not think it does. So that was a punishing thing, not having that earlier, because I could have then gotten the commissary here probably, or something to let us out. But so it goes. I don't have the hammer or anything now, but do I just want the Great Hall here? No, because then I need to. I know I'd be spending a key there. Could do this, which makes all the rest of the ones unlocked, which is pretty powerful, but then costs us all of our gems again, which I really don't like. I'm going to take the hallway here. Ooh. Green room. Show me a hammer or a shovel or a... Ooh, yeah, that's amazing. That is just what I needed. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Drawing room here isn't bad. So it only gives us 1 outlet, but it's options. And I want to save the corridor. think I do want to save the corridor or just the bedroom here, actually. Maybe wait until I have 2 outlets on the drawing room. Yeah, let's take the bedroom here, actually. Gonna leave you there. Parlor. Ooh, interesting. One of these goes right and one goes left, though. Do I take the nook because it gives me a left or a rightward opening there? I have 2 gems. Because this one becomes redundant. I think I actually do take the nook. Right. Let's go. Treasure trove. Or the dining room. Dining room is right there. We're 1 step away already from 5th rank, so we're going to have lunch. This gives us both options here. Treasure trove is a lot of coins, but we have more chances to find it later. But is this just a bad position for the dining room? A little inconvenient. But for where I am, dining room should be common. This is only a 1 room cost. It's more of this puts me down to 1 gem, but I think this is still okay. And having the coins actually is pretty important. So we're going to do this. Also, we get that. So 46. Yeah, so that is 45. So this is now, yeah. I'm going to save this. And I'm going to do this, actually. I'm going to try a fun little experiment here. Do this and that. Nope. Let's put it to that. Okay. Whoa, not that. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna make a little reminder note for myself. Oop. So for end of day, I will now glance down there because I don't want to spend a key here yet. Too early to use secret garden key. Way too early. Do I want to use not a key and go on over there? I have enough keys. I can just use a key. Oh. Oh. That is so brutal. Oh. Teasing me. Ugh. Man, that's so rough. That was really big. This does let us bash that trunk, actually. Commissary now is interesting, using our last gem. But we could buy more, or does the observatory's a dead end there? Oh, no. Oh. It's going to 41. Like, odds are that we can get at least a gem from here, from the constellations. Odds of having gems for sale, I don't know what the exact odds are. I'd call it 50-50. Spitball. Not always there. Ugh. I think I take the observatory. I think that has a lot more value. It's permanent progress. Again, if I need to, I just go to the foundation. I have 5 keys left. The observatory. And I like that over a pure random room on the berry. Come on. Hello, Draxus. So that's a key. That's apples, and this is a sale. Ugh, no gems. You're kidding me! All right. All right. We are at 42 stars, though, now. Making good progress. Good progress. Still value. Still value. Observatory is indeed a fickle master. Alrighty. This is fine. Everything is fine. If anyone asks, my name is Lars Gerhardt and you haven't seen me. Right. This is, again, I'm very, I could have had the drafting studio. That is my bad. I even made a comment about picking it up and didn't think to backtrack. Ease. Patio here. Or a berry. So what happens here, I use the patio, and now I have 5 gems. Because I walk in, I can get 6 gems actually, because I walk in here, get a gem from the watering can. 3 gems go to the conference room. I go to the conference room, collect that, use the last watering can there. I'm at 6 gems. I go to the foundation with 8 keys, 6 gems. That's pretty powerful. Or I take a berry. I think I go with 6 gems, 8 keys, and just expect, I'm going to have to spend a lot here because a lot of these doors are probably going to be locked. But that feels better than pure random of, dead end, and now I'm going up anyways with 8 keys, 1 gem. There's too much of a fail scenario here, so we're going to take this. No, wait, it's 5 gems because of that math. I don't have shovel, no. All right, that is fine, but we do get to draft here. Ooh. Well, yes, we take the commissary here because we can buy it out, and we know that we're going to pick up 3 gems here, get a 4th there, so we'll go up with 8 keys, 4 gems, which is still very powerful. Or if there's gems for sale, we have even more. Survey says there's no gems here. A little sad. Shovel is nice, though. Sledgehammer becomes redundant. Compass? We take the salt shaker. Do I want the compass? Do I even care? Actually, we take the sledgehammer because in case we find the workshop, we need it. Because I can't use the Morning Star. That's important. And let's take the compass to, whatever. It's on sale anyways. Okay. Weird. But so it goes. But we have a shovel now, so I can dig. Hope to maybe find some things. Coin. Weird start to the day, and multiple times mistakes of my own folly and just it moving a bit too quickly. Yeah, so conference room, conservatory, and then out to the foundation. Yeah. That's fine. Oh, but of course. And there should be a dig spot in here as well. Coin. So it goes. Yeah. There we are. Alrighty. Going on out. Also, wow, used a lot of steps really quickly today. Already down to near 50. The thing I need to start remembering and considering is if I want to eventually swap out of the armory and to the king. Do da, 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 da. Ding dong. All right, so kind of in now a phase 2 part of the day. We really just didn't get much, but 4 gems, 8 keys. There's stuff to be done. Any mechanical doors to start off? That is nice. Let's take the well, first let's dig actually. I am familiar with the rules of chess, yes. Not familiar with deep strategy. I don't know the insert name here, open, and this, that, the other, but I know what en passant is. Ooh, we have to take it. We have to take drafting studio because this is the last piece. If nothing else happens today, this is important. Cool. Awesome. What is this? Right. Go there. And we go. All right. So I now have the yeah, like I know what all of the move. I can't remember the exact rules of en passant offhand, but I know exactly how all of the pieces in chess move. If that's what you mean. Of rook is side to side, bishop is diagonal, pawn is 1 step forward unless it is at the starting rank, in which case it can move 2. Knight is the L shape. Queen can go any direction, but cannot do the L shape of the knight. King is 1 space. Rules of check, checkmate, yada yada yada. Not doing that yet. Dining room here is pretty good. Uh-oh. Something in the yada yada that's relevant. Pawn makes it to back rank, becomes queen. Because I know that that's part of how the on blessing works, that you get it. Yeah. Hopefully I'll know it. Ew, that's gross. Pick a berry. Oh, well, still kind of gross, but interesting. Ooh, hello. All right. I do not like how blocked in this makes me. Oh my gosh, I need the pass or the workshop now. Oh my gosh, getting the battery and the handle at the same time. Oh. Oh, also. Oh, some dice. Very, very nice. That's fantastic. All right. Well, that is everything correct. Okay. Workshop, please. Like, I hate getting a dead end there. That's really brutal, but... Okay. Plus, that's for the aquarium, isn't it? Not yet. It's early enough where I can wait and see if I get the aquarium. How many? 1, 2, 3. So I get a bunch of redraws on the classroom, which is pretty nice. Is that or a berry or dice? Or the gym. You know, it's only 2 spaces. Really isn't a huge thing right now. But also, it's all northern anyways. I think... I just don't like the classroom here. I like getting this side one. It does help a lot. I'm fine with the gym here. 2 steps is acceptable. Nothing there. Ooh. Ooh. That's really nasty. I mean, I think I just take this because it gives me a trophy, and the consideration is I've got all the pieces for the hammer. I need to find the workshop. This cuts off basically 9 rooms or more. At that point, I need to hope to get to the drafting studio north and then be able to go all the way down, which is very likely to end pretty quickly. It is the only room I've never seen. This gets me that trophy. But I could redraw that. Losing access to these 9 rooms is half feels like throwing the day. And, well, or rather, throwing the hammer. Because I have all 3 pieces right now. And just not having it, it's kind of brutal, but... So it goes. If I end up without it, at least this gives me that. And I now have a trophy. There you are. Explorer's Trophy. Some coins to gamble with. Is this just a slot machine? Yeah. Ugh. What is this one? Oh. Oh, that's interesting. I can't. I need to see if I can get the workshop. I can't throw that here. How much does this cost? 1 wager per day. Oh, I see. It scales. Oof. Wow. 4 allowance coins, 200 gold, 2 free spins, 10 steps, 10 gems, 10 coins, 10 keys, and I can't see what's over there. But 50% chance at nothing. Wow. Oh, yeah. Wow. That's neat. Not today. I could just use the secret garden key right there. Yeah, it's 4 allowance coin for 8 allowance. Yes, that is how I read it. I really want to find the workshop. We're not hurting for steps. We're not hurting for keys either. Rewarded! Let's go! Because the temptation was there. Use the secret garden key. Get a bunch of steps. It was just like, I want every shot I get at the workshop. Oh, let's go. All right. Plus the lockpick is actually pretty nice. So it is just this. I haven't made this. I haven't made the jackhammer and whatever I get for the lucky rabbit's foot and the coin purse. But the problem is, I know that I need the power drill, or not the power drill, the power hammer for the tunnel. Yes, I've gotten all the other ones. I've gotten the yeah, I've gotten that before. Sec. I'll ask this and I'm okay getting the answer. Does the basement door in the tunnel remain unlocked, or do I need to get the basement key again? It does remain unlocked. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that, I can draft whichever way I want on this. I expect I'll have to spend a normal key again. I wanted to make sure that I didn't make the power hammer now, draft in a way that doesn't get me to the antechamber, go back down and find out that this was the one instance where the basement key doesn't remain permanent and be super punished. But I figured it would stay unlocked because every other basement door has. And for that reason, I still want to make the power hammer because it gets me the tunnel. And that's just too important. I can get the other contraptions later. That's fine. Oh, I'm so happy with myself on the ooh. Hmm. Interesting consideration. I really don't need music room. Because I could get, prison key at this point. Utility box. I can turn off the gym. I don't care about 2 steps. I think I take the parlor to make sure and get a bunch more gems. Yeah. Also, hello, my Bia. I do remember that it was my. Let me see. Boxes next to this box contain gems. Boxes next to this box contain gems. Boxes next to this box contain gems. That's cute. That's very cute. It's the likely scenario. I think it just has to be the white one. Because, plural. Because 2 of these have to be true, 1 has to be false, simply. If this is false, that doesn't contain gems, and that has the gems. If that's... This can't be true. This must be false. Because it can't be 2 boxes with gems. Yeah. And if they don't contain gems, this would be there. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Ooh. The odds are low, but I cannot take the 1 in 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 1 in 11 chance. If I were to do that and the power hammer goes, that would be the worst. That would just be, ugh. Ooh, spicy option. Knight's Shield on the Lost and Found. Yeah, something original. You sent it just as I was saying it. Oh, Ooh. That is tempting. Because I usually want to save it for something like the weight room, because I want to find the weight room now because I have the power hammer and can bash the wall to be able to get access to that, the lever. But at that point, do I even care about steps much anymore? And there's other ways to get steps. So I have the secret garden key. Telescope and... Screw you, hall pass. What a waste. Ugh. That's... not punished, but kind of like worst possible scenario. Because also telescope, the constellations today aren't even worth retriggering. Like that kind of sucks. On the shelf? Yeah, these we've seen before. Yeah, this picture has appeared in multiple places before. If that's what you were talking about. Yeah, that was in the office, yep. Yep. Where were you yesterday, buddy? Huh? Where were you? mean, I guess we take it. We're already past the point of doubling in the bunk room. We could hit the office. It probably wouldn't be enough. So we're probably not going to buy it out today, but this would at least, we could potentially get a really good item or two. I don't want to use the dice here. I don't want to use the berry. Yeah, that's fine. What are we dealing with today? Look, we could have had this yesterday because it's only 170. We could have had it yesterday very easily. Actually, ornate compass here is really good. This gives us an out in a lot of other things. Chronograph. By so many steps. We're taking the compass for sure. We haven't had dinner yet, and we have the secret garden, which would be a silly amount of steps. Not sure if we really need it. We could go to the casino. Let's go gambling. I think for starters, rewind. I think I take one of these two. Our rooms. I think I take. How many steps do I have? 50. Or I can save for the emerald bracelet potentially. Hope to not get bitten there. That would help a lot, actually. I think what I do is I continue to go through, hope to find the office, because then I can potentially buy the, no, because how many even am I going to get before I potentially hit something? No. Steps don't really matter here. Rewind maybe if I move on to something and don't like it, I guess. Also, I just need gems. To get them. No. I'm going to wait. Like, this would be the time to actually potentially use the casino. Let's keep going, and maybe at end of day, if we get to absolute nothing, we just go gambling and, we take the chance at buying out the showroom that way. But for now, I want to wait. Just in case, I think, yeah. It does cost me 2 steps, whatever. I don't need that yet. I want to use the drafting studio first. Now, well, the office right there does the thing, then puts me really low on gems. So I think what I do is, hey, that is awesome. That's everything I need. Oh, then maybe I have read Drafting Strategy Volume 1 and just forgot to screenshot it or something. But anyways, trophy room here just solves our problems. Awesome. Slight annoyance, but fine. No. Do I redraw here or just accept the kitchen? I think I just take the kitchen and I'm all right with it. Yeah. Don't want to be spending coins right now. I really don't need to. Ooh. This is where we need to redraw. There we go. Ooh. Ooh. Wait a minute. I think we just tunnel. We tunnel to the attic. And then we have all of this in play again. This veranda could happen, but the odds of not getting a straightaway is still very real. We only have 1 die left. Yeah. No, it's just tunnel. That's awesome. Got a rock. Nope. Ah. Coin. Fine. All right. Okay. Security here lets me crank up the security doors. Lets me start an experiment. Yeah, and remove the crates. Can be removed. Boiler room. Not offering a huge function right now. Security is where we want to be. Yes. No. Okay. All right. First off, where's the trunk? Where did I miss a trunk? I'll have to double check that. Staff services, staff announcements. Yes, I've heard her ladyship talk about this as well. Da 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 da. Yes, we already know about it. Literally getting this the days after I have that. Staff announcements. It's fine. Staff services. Terminal access. Terminals. Laboratory. Yes. Custom packet. Apple. Door. Digging. Tomorrow room. Graded. What were the other ones I used? I think next 3 times you open a chest. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need 8 or more. Definitely not that. Definitely not that. Good fireplace, which that might do. Shop. Or hallway from hallway. Or and do shop. Yeah. Allowance. Lockpicking skill. Yuck. Letter. Dice. Star. Key. Chest. One more. What else would be good? Pantry with fruit? Could be interesting. I'll ask this as a non-spoiler. When it says stock your pantry with fruit, is that one fruit? Potentially more than one fruit? What does stock entail here? I think for the last one, if it's just one fruit, that's not very appealing. Gold for each red room is an interesting one, though. Chamber doors, 1 key for every 30 steps. No. Oh, the reservoir feels bad. These 10 steps gain 20 gold. No. Today's draft. No. How to do curse mode on hard mode. I think I'm fine with these. But for now, so late in the day, I don't even know if there's anything really worthwhile. Probably looking for a key. Actually, hold on. So we have 5 shops already. 4 fruit. Oh, okay. Upgraded rooms. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, wait, not there. 5, 6. 7. A lot of the upgraded rooms. And hall from hall. We still have a good number of halls. Pity we didn't get that for the tunnel. That could have been really neat. Or next times that I open a chest. And we do know that there is one chest waiting somewhere. Sure. Actually, no, you'll have to send it to me because the auto mod will block links. That's fun. One sec. Apparently, you can get quite a lot of fruit. Is that? Ah, there we go. Huh. This is what can happen if you get lots of those. So much fruit. Very stocked. I think what I'm going to do is... Yeah, healthiest boy alive. The doctor will be kept away for many a day. Enter... Oh, great. Yeah, we have to do network again. Blech. I think I'm going to go with not the hallway one, because that just feels really tough. I don't actually know if I like it that much. I might even change that later, but not now. Remote terminals, laboratory. Yes, always the laboratory, never the lavatory. We're going to go with... Oh, because we have already gotten both drawing rooms, actually. So upgraded, not that. Key. That's what we want. Yep. Now, there aren't that many left, but that is okay. Drafted the laboratory with a shield or shelter active. I cannot remember. If it was a very long time ago. Do I redraw? Do I use the last dice here or the last berry? Don't want to use the last berry. Too many odds of a dead end. Darkroom is kind of rough here, but not impossible to work with. Let's take the darkroom here. I'm okay drawing blind on these. Ooh, cool. That's nice. Actually, very nice. Ooh, locker room is fantastic here. Holy cow. There's now a crap ton of keys in the conference room. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, wait, and there's chests here. Teehee swim trunks. Very funny. Very silly. Ooh, more dice and keys and gems. Lovely. Oh, true. That would tell me, because they just don't rotate if they're dead ends. Oh, I'm an idiot. I can't, yes, I can still get the Secret Garden. It requires me to go all the way through, though. Yikes. 2 gems of 8 to get through the passageway. Oh, this is... If we hadn't just opened the locker room, I'd take the boudoir, because that would then give me a trigger and give me 1, 2 keys. But we're about to get a ton of keys anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Passageway takes a chunk, but... Well, we could redraw. We're at 3 now. Actually, I like a redraw here. Ooh. Yes? Think? I think we take this. How many coins were we away? So we bought the 50, so we needed 120. This gets us close. If we then get the office, we might have it. I take the vault here. I'm almost positive I take the vault here. Yeah. This is... Is there anything in here that I can get? Because, these stay open. I already have these. Yeah, old news. Yeah, old news. Yeah. I was right. I'm very proud of myself. Because I guessed that I said this would make it ADD, and I was right. So I had it. Just wanted the confirmation, but again, I still 6 add 6 Tor Lorette. So yes, that one got effectively gifted to me under the pretense that it would be extraordinarily difficult to find under normal circumstances. I would have never thought to glance at that angle, and I can't imagine that I would have ever drafted the passage, not opened the passage, gone around the passage, and then looked at the door from the back end of the passage. I think that one's a little unfair. So I'm glad that that one was sort of told to me. That's so obtuse, because it, like, even when I was told where it was, I had to be looking around for a minute to see it. It's at such an awful angle. Six, add 6. I think I'd be sending power to the furnace before I would draft but not use the secret passage and then go around the back. Because at the very least, it's realistic enough that you would just incidentally get the furnace next to the boiler room. Just in a random draw. That only takes one simple action or one chance thing to happen. But baseline of how many people are going to draft the secret passage and not use it, and then even if they're not using it at the moment of drafting, leaving it and reconsidering later, will then go around and say, yes, I will enter it from the back. I'm going to forego the power of the secret passage to instead get a random one from the other direction. That just doesn't make sense. That's telling you to actively, like, not only ignore the power of the room, but to actively avoid it in a way that no reasonable player, I think, could ever think to see benefit. But anyways, yeah, as Something Original said, hooray, I have all the pieces. I have no idea what they mean. Yay! But still, I'm now working with a lot of coins. I didn't have the coin purse. All right. We need good number, but still realistic. So where are we going? Up to the locker room. Or are we gonna go Foundation conference room and just get the keys now? There could be stuff in the locker room too. Oof, and this actually requires us to use a lot. Yuck. I do need to do this now. It'll only become more painful later. Actually, wait a minute. That's a... No, we can do this now. Because... No, but then all of it goes to the conference room. And then we're backtracking a lot. Because if we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's basically the same number of steps to get there and back on the 20 anyways. Doesn't really benefit us at that point. So we should continue to press on here, actually. Because if we're at 34... Yeah, this is the better way to go. Hi, Luca. Ooh. Got here at an interesting time. Oh, wait, I can rotate these. I don't want to use all my gems like that yet. There we go. That's beautiful. Oh. Oh, yeah, this is an upgraded room. Ha! Forgot about that. I just got extra keys, which is amazing. Coin. The southern one. Take the mechanarium, actually. I mean, I don't want to use another gem there. That doesn't really do me much. Could do the berry here. But I think the mechanarium is fine. So also I should be able to unlock things with it, right? Or just open them. Silver key. Nice. Did I only have 2 others? Or 1 other? Wow. How about that? Whatever. Oh. Wow, I'd actually use the hall pass. This would also give me more keys. Oh, no, wait. No, that ends it. That's a dead end. I need to use dice. Yeah, because none of these can even rotate. It only had 3. Because there was the mechanarium, the workshop, and security. Wait, what? Oh, I can only read. I can only rotate the first 3. That's right. Oh shoot! But wait a minute. But there's a chance now. Hold on. There's a chance. Um, this is okay. No, but the office might give me enough to buy out the showroom. I think the office is it. I don't care that much about the secret garden. You know, what other things am I trying to find today at this point? I'm not going to get the closed exhibit or anything. The secret garden is giving me steps, food, potential items, dig spots. I think office is just it. Yeah. Am I forgetting something that the secret garden can give me? I know it has the 2 handles. I don't think that matters. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Now we just need to hope that it's enough. uh Also, wait a minute. No, I don't have anything for staff rooms. Okay. It is fine. Yeah, so now we're going to use 5 keys in the locker room. No real reason not to. There can be coins in there too, actually. Because then we go out and down to the conference room after the dining room to get 20 steps, get a whole bunch more keys, evaluate on whether we want to then go back to open more there or go to the showroom. Plus, there can be apples in the locker room. Yeah, cool. Cool, cool. Cool, cool. Okay, okay. Boo. Already known. Boo. Oh, that's wow. Couple good ones and then 3 stinkers. Oh well. Yeah. Look. This is fine. Yeah. Trophy. Drafting and check for volume 1. Oh, yeah, that is volume 1. Hmm. Oh, do I already have volume 1? Then let me double check. I might have it and just not marked it as volume 1. That's 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I might have just not screenshotted it. That is fine. We'll just do that now real quick. That. Do. Ba-ba-da. Almost done. Cool. While I'm here, we're going to do a quick glance to make sure there's nothing that seems like it should be magnified. Oh, isn't that neat? Huh. If I didn't already have them. Nope. That's supposed to be an 8. No, that's just the thingy. Oop, wait. Does not look like anything of use there. Nope. 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 Okay, cool. So first the dining room. Then down. All right, so collect the keys, we get the coins. If we are not at 120 coins, then we take some of the keys to the locker room, fish there and hope. Also, there's another chest, it said, and I don't know where it is. Gotta keep an eye out for that. But I have to remember to keep one key in pocket for the tunnel. Okay. Would be hilarious if after all the incredible preparation and everything of the other day that we just sort of luck into the showroom buyout. It's going to be close. I don't know if it's going to be... I don't think it's going to be enough. Ooh. No, ooh. Oh my gosh, is it right there? It is just enough. By 1. Holy cow. Awesome. Awesome. So... is there anything else I had to do down here before I forget? I do not think so. Because it was 60, 30, 30, yeah, so it's enough there. Oh, it may be counting that. I could see that being the one. That would make sense. I think that's it. Yeah. But I don't want to spend the steps to get there right now. I don't have it. Yeah. It's going to be a little tight. Well, actually, 34. Hey, Facebreaker, welcome in. Selvaxry. Like, I can't tell if that's spoilers or not because also, like, now I'm dreaming, like, okay, am I miscounting? Am I completely... Is there something I'm misunderstanding about the showroom? Or am I going to end up needing coins and paying for not having them? Blah, 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 blah. 34. 3, 2, 1, 29, 28, 7, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. It's really tight. And just on the off chance that I need some extra steps for something, I'm just going to go buy out the showroom and pass on the treasure trove for today and be okay with that. Yeah. There's nothing else I'm forgetting here. So I did open the one there. Yeah. Okay. So we don't have the shoes today. Yeah. We really can't be risking that. Oof. Sneakers do end up being so powerful with how much you end up going outside sometimes. Dining, gym, showroom, yeah. And especially with gym cost me an extra 2 per. Hooray! That's why you're cackling. Fuck you. That's why you were cackling. I had to stop playing for the day when that happened. Oh, whatever. We still have the tunnel. So, I could gamble it all, try to go from 1 to 100. You know what? Screw it. It is indeed theoretically possible. So how does that work? How is it that this is 3? Oh, I see. Ah. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's nothing else to do. Well, oh, we need to cash out. I see. Oh, well. Oop, nope. No matter. I was missing a mechanic? The bonus spins, you mean? Okay, I see. Gotcha. Oh, well, that was a, sort of free roll anyways, but now we have other things to do. I assume that I need to buy it out again. All right. Well, a weird day on this one. But maybe, possibly, hopefully. But then again, I could very easily see that on the other side of breaking this wall with the hammer, that there is a candlestick. Or that. Now I know what it is. Okay. I know what this is. This is the last sanctum key. There are 8 doors. It is behind the last door of 8. 1 is that, 2 is this, 3, 4, 5. Could consider the box as a door, potentially. But I'm now quite convinced that this is the last sanctum key. In addition to being other things, but is also the last sanctum key. But break room, call it a day. And I do think I have one more day in me, actually, because this one was a little bit shorter, which is to say, about an hour and a half or something. Yeah. Cool. A little bit of silliness. But we got the hammer. We certainly know that's going to stay busted down and broken, so we just need to get to the boiler room, turn on the red box. We know exactly where that is. That's not a particular challenge. Getting the hammer is exponentially more difficult than getting the boiler room. That's fine. So, well, yeah, I don't have enough steps to get there, so I'm going to get rid of that reminder, and we're going to call it a day. Fuck you, showroom. Fuck you. I'll be back. Alrighty. Well, we're going to take a quick little break. Have a good one, Facebreaker. That's interesting. Just saw a notification on my Twitch activity feed that past guest shouted me out, and I haven't spoken with them in a very long time. Really long time. So, kind of curious how my name came up. That's very thoughtful of them. Alrighty. Alright, have a good one, Silvaxry. For everybody else, I will be back in just a couple minutes, so you need to get yourself some water, go to the bathroom, go on and do that. And I'll see you in a couple minutes for day 52, or wait, 51? 2. It all blurs together. See you in a minute. Whoops, misclicked there. Welcome back, folks. Ah, Saturday night. We got one more day in us, yeah. Let's move on. Anything I'm so very proud that I was able to buy out the showroom as I did. Played to the outs, saw that the vault was worthwhile, remembered that I delayed on taking the office, and that saw the office there and was like, okay, yep, that's worth not getting the other potential rooms. Bit of a bummer, but progress still being made. You need to remember that I have the berry picker, which is an interesting blessing, just sort of always having that last resort. And we are not starting the day with any keys or anything, so be mindful of that. Down to a mere meager 60 gold. Oh, that's interesting. This expands to the outer room. Oh. Ooh. Now, considerations. Tomb comes with 1 or 2 dice. Honestly, really nice to start the day with. Trading post gives us some of those outs of if we get the workshop again, we can likely finish up those contraptions. Root cellar really isn't a consideration here. What else is there in the tomb? We have Epson's key, and that's already resolved, so we wouldn't get that anymore. Is there any other thing that could result? Drafting dead-end rooms. Yeah, like trading post, because the other option is tomb, take a dice. Do we get cheeky and try and maybe go for the drafting sweepstakes? Probably not. You could do that, which would then potentially spike with other things to give us a chance again at the showroom. I don't think I would take a wild berry because, what is the success case? Shrine here is useless. I don't care about the classroom. Don't want the hovel. I don't think I would want, trying to remember what other ones. I'm making an assumption that may not be correct. Is there not always dice in the tomb? About the berries. Oh, that could be an act. Oh, it could be anything. It's not just an outer room that I would be picking a berry from. It would be anything. Very good use of that Vanille emote, by the way. Very, very good. At the same time, I don't think that I would take anything. There's too many random things just not being useful, whereas the trading post has that really unique value. We are still trying to get that trophy anyways. And there's still the dynamite there teasing us. So I still don't think I use the berry there. And it's once again the dice and coins to potentially supplement and take that shot at the showroom or the trading post. I'm leaning toward the trading post. I'm just really then on the hunt for the workshop, because I'd love to get that trophy. And I think that's better for us, yeah. Curious what you would have done there. Have any opinions on that one? Something original? Metal detector. Not right now, but good to know. We're taking the trading post. Cool, yeah. All righty. Day 52. Full deck cards. I don't love taking the corridor on rank 1 when I'm likely to already be unlocked, but having the straightaway to get to the corner. Well, actually, no, because the nook there is nice. Yeah, that Blessing of the Monk can be very powerful. That obviously I know how powerful having something in the outer room can be, but if it's pure random, like if I spent a berry in my outer room as the storeroom, I'm not happy. I'm not happy with the nook. I'm really mad at the corridor. The corridor is junk. The corridor is an outer room? Am I misunderstanding what a corridor as the outer room would be? Because I assume it's a dead end inherently, that it wouldn't be anything. Oh, no. I can absolutely see the value of choosing the outer rooms. If I can choose the outer room, there's absolutely things that I would want. But I'm saying that there are so many fail cases or mediocre cases that I think the nook as the outer room is very lackluster. I think that the trading post is head and shoulders above getting 2 keys as my outer room. I think the storeroom, incredibly lackluster. The corridor is an outright waste. So I don't want to take the berry. That I am underestimating it. Interesting. Anyways, for here, I was initially thinking the corridor to get to the corner, but maybe I just want the nook to get the keys and just have that. Save the corridor for later. Yeah, I think the keys here are a better proposition. Ew, that's gross. Conference room early still feels real good. I want the spare green room here, but that's powerful. But I don't want to give up both of the corners necessarily. But that's really powerful. I'm going to bank on seeing the observatory again, because also there's a chance that the green room has a shovel or a watering can or something else of significant value. Of course, it does not. Oh, but it has a gem. Not nothing. No conservatory. We take the bedroom. Just the bedroom. Do I take the boudoir, take a gem, and obviously leave the apples? Only consideration is it's an upgraded room for an experiment, potentially. That's probably me being too fancy. I should take the gem. Right. Courtyard's not good here. Parlor is best option here. I mean, Courtyard is good here. I really don't want to... It feels like a waste down here in the lower ranks, though. I'd much rather have 3 more gems. Feels a lot more powerful. CCGG, CCGG. This is the only true box. The gems are in the other box with a true statement. One of the other boxes is true. Now, if this is false, it means that both of the other boxes are true. Which would mean they're in this box. If this is the only true box, this is false, but doesn't give us directions to the gems. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute, no. So if one of the other boxes is true, box with no true statement means it's in the black box. If this is false, only one of the other boxes. One. Interesting phrasing there. Because there could be... The other two could both be true. But then one of the other boxes is true is still technically true. Because it's not exactly one of the other boxes is true. But if that's the only true box, then this is false. But that is a contradiction. So that has to be false. This is false. If this is false, it could be in either of those. That's false and that false. That can't be false. That has to be true. Therefore, it is in here. Cool. Now we take the observatory. Now we take the observatory very happily. 44. Getting up there in star count. All right. What we got? Amazing. Clavis. Apple. It's a slice. That's a twins, and that is a gem. Neato. This is lovely. Wowie. Love that. Do I go back to here to draft the Nook, though? No, I would draft the conference room. Well, no. No, I would draft the Nook. There's more curves than straightaways. And if I get a straightaway there, I'm not entirely upset. Do I use those steps or just continue here? No, I should do that. Draft the low ranks first, Jay. Draft the low ranks first. I do not have a hammer. Also, I didn't pick up the keys, so... Thing. Ooh. Honestly, though, I think I just want the keys, because also I'm continuing, like, this gets me better positioning here anyways. And more keys. The only consideration here is this gets me 2 gems, and that in the room of 8, I could get another allowance token. But I'm not putting that much value on that right now. And honestly, this positioning for the break room is a pretty good one. We're going to take the break room. Four, 5, 21, 10, 5, 3, 2, 12, 21, 19. Secret garden again. Okay. Ooh. Kind of sucks. We're just going to take the den. Let's get rid of a dead end here. That's fine. That's fine. Do we have an item? Compass. Okay. So 8 gems down here. Very nice. Very nice. Now we take the commissary and are very happy. Awesome. Oh, this is just an amazing shop. Amazing. Love all of that. We have incentive to go to the guest room, and we'll remember the boudoir later. Do I want to do that now or later? We'll eventually get back there, probably. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and that only gets us 1 step. Yeah, it really does feel nice to just be able to buy it out. Ooh, kind of icky, but hey, bedroom now feels really great. Okay. I've had enough. Is this, yes or no? Is this just a decoration after all? No. Okay. So I still have Jack when it comes to this thing. I assumed that I would find... Have I encountered the information for this yet? Okay, that makes me feel a lot better. They're like, I have not forgotten about this, but this was encountered so early on that I kind of figured that it feels like most of the other early game mysteries have been solved and given way to later game mysteries. So to have something so blunt and frankly mundane as this to not be solved, it sticks out like a sore thumb or perhaps a sore finger. Ooh. No, no, yes. Love seeing security here. There are mysteries you know about and the mysteries you don't know about, and this is a rare case where one you know early but don't solve till late. Yeah, seems that way. Should just be... Yes, because that's in the boudoir. That's fine, that is expected. Keycard system. Tier level. High. Confirm. Back. Security. Network. Swan Song. Staff services. Announcements. Nothing new. Network. Terminal. In Simon's laboratory. He's the smartest boy you've ever seen. But, Van Ares blows his experiments to smithereens. Ooh. Wow. Really cool options today. Because there's a lot here. Both drawing rooms are still in the pool. So, pretty high odds on that. Upgraded floor plan, there's still a chunk left. And then of what to do that... Getting keys, getting gold, or just get the letters. I assume that I should do the permanent progress of letters. And I think I want the drawing room one. That feels a lot more likely. And if we play it right, especially with 2 in the pool, we can start getting this a fair bit. And, if we need to draft it, whatever. But we're basically guaranteed to get at least 2 triggers on this. Yeah. All right. Where are we going? I don't want to wrap back around to the conservatory at this point. No, that would be too many steps spent. I don't want the secret garden right now. That's not what I want. Oof. Well, I'm using normal key here anyways. Ooh. Oh. I don't have a shovel. Treasure trove is a lot. Or a berry. Kind of want to take a berry here. Because treasure trove, puts me on the wall again. Which isn't bad. But... So what's worst case scenario? We get a dead end here. We draft from security again, or go around to the observatory. Maybe we do just take the treasure trove here. Yeah. Well, it's going to be the same mysterious chest as yesterday because I didn't open it. Fine, let's do it. Well, I want to leave that in the pool. Courtyard here feels fine. Plus, it could have a shovel. Shovel. No, but it has some gems, which is nice. Ooh. I don't love the idea of spending all of, 3 gems right here is a lot. But I have Florus, or whatever the flower constellation is. Oof. I think I do. Because I'll still have 3 gems. And that finding green rooms right now is going to give me more gems. And this is a great place to put a dead end. I don't love the dining room here. That feels like such a waste. Okay. Pity I don't have the coin purse. That'd have been amazing. Oh, coupon book. Oh, okay. Boiler room. Wait. It had been spoiled to me that drafting the tunnel all the way to the back does something. The thing is, I'm short on keys. Yeah, that's the thing. So I think I take the boiler room. Yeah. Because this accomplishes a goal for the day outright. But first, we will come back and reroute the steam later. We're going to start doing this the normal way. Ugh. Not like that we're running low on keys like this. Oof. It's really not what I needed. Oh. I guess we just take the trophy room. It's a crap ton of gems. I don't want to take that. I don't want to take that. I don't want to random. Let's take the trophy room. One, two, three, four, five, six. Cool. All right. Corridor here feels pretty good. Also, the others are just dead ends. This is one where I would consider picking a berry. If it's a dead end, like, I still have the boiler room one. There's, like, the corridor is fine here. Really doesn't do much for me. Yeah. Like if I were to get the weight room here, it's not the end of the world because I still don't have, because I still have the secret garden key. Haven't gotten the dining room yet. It'd be pretty bad, but we'd still have 31 steps. Archive would be pretty painful, frankly, but Furnace would be pretty bad as well. But that's the risk of anything with the berry, really. Because the corridor just... Maybe we do just take it. Maybe, I think we save the berries for when there's really no option. Yeah. Okay, and at the very least, we know this is going to be unlocked. Trigger. Okay. That's interesting, because this is take the drawing room, lower the odds of further triggers, because I have 2 in the pool. Pick a berry here. Archives still feels real bad. I accept that I'm losing out on some number of triggers and say whatever. The correct answer is to take the drawing room here. I think it's pretty solidly the drawing room. Too many fail cases of, like, if that's a dead end or something pointing to the side, then, well, No, we take the drawing room. Locked. Figured. Locked. Figured. I'm not spending my last key on this right now. What we're doing is shifting this over. We don't have a shovel, so the kennel is still just real awkward. But we find it later, it does open things up a lot. I think we take that. Of course. I could use the secret garden key here. We know that we're not dealing with apples as our thing, but there's still just not that many spaces. Then again, it would cost us... No, I want to go back down to the observatory at this point. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah. So we just need keys, really. But before we go... Huh? Is it this one? There you go. Great. Okay. That's fine. Yeah. Bit of a pain here, but... Treasure security, bedroom, commissary, den. Now we go into the guest room, though. Bedroom, commissary, den. Walk in, walk out. All right. Still... Oh, we do have a hammer now. Great. Keys. Amazing. Holy moly. Oh, that changes everything. But I'm glad to be down here anyways and drafting more. Just sort of wound up accidentally with a straightaway. Ooh. What a reversal there. Oh yeah, 5 more steps. Neat. I can just go on and eat you now. Wow. Suddenly I'm at 125 and 70 steps. And look at what we have here. Hello, gorgeous. The thing is, I'm missing most of the things I actually need. I need the shovel, the handle, and both the rabbit's foot and the coin purse. Oh god, inhaling water. Been there. Yep. Pain. We will be... Why can't I put the sleeping mask on the sledgehammer? It's a tired sledgehammer. Ooh. Yikes. God. If I get the weight room here, so help me. Oh. Oh. Oh my goodness. We are 4 away from the master key. We wait, and we come back when we have 4 more coins. That's incredible. Holy cow. Oh, geez. Not again. Oh, that's silly. Okay. Oh, we've got it. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's so good. Oh, I can't. Something original is going to come back to something amazing here. Oh, that's so good. That's nuts. That's amazing. That's just beautiful. Oh my gosh. Woo. Wow. Wowie. Wowie. I don't want to wait because I want to be able to show him when he gets back. Oh my gosh. I'm going to take a sip of water myself. Oof. That's so silly. Huh. Okay, glad you lived because something weird just happened. Something really weird just happened. So we get to the observatory. We draft the observatory. And then we drafted the drawing room. No, it wasn't the drawing room. It was... No, we get to the observatory anyways. And the options are 2 dead ends and the archives. And I look at it and say, that's brutal. This is where I have to pick a berry. And I got the showroom. And then the showroom has 2 amazing items. One I buy. The other item I want, I am 4 coins away from. And there's 2 other cheaper items, but I really want that more expensive item that I can get with 4 more coins. I go to this door, and it gives me the archives, and 2 dead ends. I eat another berry, get the casino, which comes with coins. So I go back and buy it. I now have the chronograph and the master key. Sorry, not the chronograph, the ornate compass and the master key. The other items in there are the chronograph and the moon pendant. So only 50 more coins, only 150 more to have it all. Now, the downside is we are now far beyond the doubling for the bunk room and have used the 2 primary sources of gold in the vault in the treasure trove. So we just might not get it. But who cares? I have the master key and the ornate compass in the same day. And I can probably buy the moon pendant at the end of the day just for funsies. By the way, thank you for the follow, Pulsh109. Welcome on in. And the trading post, yes. Oh, sorry, because it was from the workshop. Yeah, just 3 amazing rooms in a row. And we now have the workshop, so we are so live in so many ways now. Well, that's useless to me. That's kind of junky. Do I use the last berry here? The berries have been good to me, but I'm kind of nervous. I think I just take the dark room and am okay with it. I don't care that much. I draft downward first. Because, you know, if the dark room gives me 2 dead ends, I don't care. I go to the foundation. It's fine. Yeah. Let's see if there's anything over there I can see. Not really, though. Well, that's a key card anyway, so that's nice. Not yet. Master key. Ooh, 2 gems. That can only be one of a couple things. And all of them are pretty good. Likely scenario is the veranda, given the placement. And frankly, given that we don't really care if we wind up with a dead end somehow. And we have 10 gems. And veranda could have a lot of things, if this is what I think it is. Okay, it wasn't the veranda. Interesting. Admittedly, a mildly useless room. I mean, the prism key gives us some agency later on. Not terrible. Yeah, do have that secret garden key. Okay. Well, what was this about? Another 2 gems. Because we still have the florist one. I'm going to take this gamble again. Punished again. But also not punished, because now everything's unlocked. So that's kind of cool. And we still have 6 gems, which feels really nice. Yes, I assume that's rarity. Yeah. Oh. This is it. This is it. I need to remind myself. Because we found the piano room and it's still going. I am pulling up my notes regarding the puzzle boxes because I can't remember exactly what orange does. But black tiles, white tiles, yellow tiles, violet tiles, move south, green tiles, orange tiles. Majority of the adjacent share a color. These just move south. So so what am I doing with this then? How am I moving this? This just moves south, but it can't, so it would have to be replaced by something. Wait, is it? Wait. I misread that. What? Thought it was violet tiles move south. Huh? No, these are rotating. Oh, that's right. Right. These rotate. Okay. That makes sense. That's actually pretty easy then. Neat. Okay. Not quite as fancy a thing as I had perhaps hoped, but that's still fine. The mildly punishing thing is now I do just have to go to the foundation. Oh well. Neat discovery. Pity I don't have a shovel. Yeah. That is fine. Yeah, no, just that I walk in and I get this. So, it's only 150 left. I don't think we're going to get it, but having the master key is pretty sweet. That did that. Okie dokie. I do not want to go up through there again, so I'm just going to go to the foundation. It's fine. Ooh, master key is so powerful. Huh. Do. Can't tell if this is high up or if Simon is short. Because all the others seem to be at relative eye level for Simon. This one alone, he has to look up. And at this, that's eye level. That's normal. I think it's just high up. Yeah. I also hope that it's not just destroying the... Oh, Pam, hello there. Welcome on in, Raiders. Gotta go have a great rest of the stream. Yes, Pam, this game is so good. If you like puzzle games, there's nothing like this I've ever played. It's amazing. If you don't like puzzle games, avoid this game at all costs. That's my pitch. But welcome on in, Raiders. And thank you again so much to Obake Pam, past guest of the show. Hey folks, I'm Jay. I usually host a show called Vtuber Talk where I talk to VTubers, and I talked to Pam a while back, but I've been doing some gaming lately and I'm playing some Blueprints. We're in the sort of mid to late game, so if you've been playing yourself and are looking to avoid spoilers, you may want to actually flip to another stream, but if you enjoy puzzles, don't mind some spoilers, or if you've already played yourself, please do feel free to stick around. We've got some very exciting things happening actually right now, so appreciate you all stopping by and welcome on in. Let me just give a shout out. Yeah. And for anyone who isn't already following Pam, Pam is the awesome Supreme Overlord CEO of Play Asia, and she does a lot of awesome things, organizes a ton of concerts. She's the one behind the annual VTuber Christmas concert, which somehow every year gets bigger, and we keep telling her, me and so many others, Pam, you know, last year you had 150. You can't possibly have more this year. Oh, it's 300 this year? You couldn't possibly do that. You need to scale back. What do you mean it's like 400 this year? Silliness. Absolute silliness. But anyways, we're opening some doors. Gee, it sure would be a problem if I didn't have keys. Or if I didn't have a key that opened everything. Well, there's that, which I don't love in that specific spot, to be honest. Oh, the kitchen kind of sucks there. Well, no, because I can rotate it. Interesting. Utility closet could be something, but we've already used the dark room, so it doesn't matter unless there's a specific item there. I pick people. They do not reach out to me. I've had people reach out to me in the past, and I've said respectfully no that I don't have a system per se on how I choose my guests. I just bounce around streams because I do legitimately enjoy watching VTubers, and I have in the back of my mind one question that I ask myself while I'm watching someone. Do I think I could hold a conversation with this person for 2 hours or longer? That is it. I do not look at numbers or anything. Obviously general personality vibe check, but my standards are not what I would say are exceptionally high. I've had an incredible diversity on my show, and I am so very fortunate that so many people, 190 people, have taken time out of their lives to be on my show. I am very acutely aware that I am not a big channel. I cannot say, oh, come on my show and I'll get a bunch of eyes on your content. Very much not the case. All I can offer is a good time, and I do my best as a host to offer that. I do not have a consistent schedule because I try to schedule around my guests, both for their comfort of, I've had folks from, I believe, 5 continents. I think I've had folks from every continent except for Antarctica and Africa. And that if somebody's from Australia, I'm not going to rigidly say, hey, you need to be up during my time zone. I want my guests to be at their best, and that means what time is going to be good for them. I can manipulate my own sleep schedule. That's easy enough for me. And I've had Super Say-So streamers. I have had folks that do spicy content on other sites. I have had ASM artists. I have had visual artists. I have had programmers. I have had folks who just do a lot of just chatting. And it's always a joy for me, but there's really not a system per se that I just look for people to talk to, and that's all it is. But on for the matter at hand, kitchen's interesting. Classroom actually would offer me, how many would I have? Oh, I have a ton of redraws on the classroom. Let's do that, actually. Yeah. But first let's do the other doors. Let's get the north first. Yeah, I've been at this for 5.5 years now, and a lot of folks on that list were not as big as they are now 4, 5-ish years ago. It's been so cool to see so many folks that have been on my show go on, and, some are still around, some have grown a little bit, some have grown a lot. The number of folks who've been on my show who are no longer streaming at all is actually relatively low. There's a number of folks who were on my show and are still streaming, but not under the names that they were when they were on my show. And it is always a delight to keep up with them, quietly, obviously. But I will never take credit and say, people took off after being on my show. No. I'll just say that maybe I have some semblance of taste, and that maybe I spotted some folks and were like, I think they're cool, and that they, a bunch of other people later down the line agreed that they are indeed cool. Where is this? This is here, so drafting studio doesn't mean anything to me anymore. But I kind of want to keep the drawing room in play because it lets me continue racking up the experiment triggers. Do I use the last berry here? I don't think so, because this takes 2 gems, but it's at least a straightaway. Kind of blah. Well, for what it's worth... Oh, no, it doesn't matter. I was going to say this would at least tell me what the Great Hall does, but that doesn't matter, because I have the foyer, so everything there's unlocked anyways. But... I'm going to be kind of greedy. Oh, yeah, and the master key. Yeah, that little thing that I was just talking about. Well, there's still a lot of spaces here that I could get some things. Yeah, I'm just going to have to be okay with ending the experiments for the day. Get rotated! Yeah. Okay. Little sad, bit of a bummer, but it's fine. We got 5 letters going to the mailroom. Perfectly fine, just dandy. Can unlock this if we wanted to. Can just shove that in there. Laundering currency would be something, but before you draft, hopefully you didn't mean before I did this. Don't know how much of a delay you're on something original. I know that I can redraw here. That's what you mean. I know that... Well, if I redraw, I can't rotate. Yes. I still have that. I have not forgotten. I'm assuming this is what you're talking about. Not this. This one? Oh. I thought I'd already gotten that one. Could have sworn I'd already gotten it. And also, I still don't have the shovel today. Where is that one? Oh, it's got to be higher up. It's like just scrolling through my multi-hundred page notes document, looking for this screenshot. That's not it. Not it. These are all the books. These are the letters. Here they are. Here we are. Right. There's the laundry room one. One moment. Where'd it go? Here we go. Where is it? Whatever. I'll just get it this way. That's fine. Right here. Okay. There. We have this. And I do not see an X here. But I'll take the hint, and this is a good dead end spot anyways. And there are scenarios. This is a time where I could spend 10 coins to launder my keys into something. Well, either way, the laundromat, I think, is actually the play here. Unless there's sometimes an item in here. I do recall that this can get powered for other things. Oh my god, you could end up with hundreds of gems. So, is it in the screenshot and I'm not seeing it, or did I get a bad angle and it's not in the screenshot? Oof. Well, I don't have the shovel anyways. Yeah, my guess is that it's in front of the, one second. Yeah, that's what I was figuring. I figured it was in front of one of the washing machines because it's basically the only item of note left in the aquarium that would actually have anything. Obviously, I need to get the shovel anyways, but we will remember and come back later. So for now, drawing room. Ooh, dining room here is amazing. Only other consideration. No, that's a fair one. I had not seen the X, and that I had figured at this point it was one of the red herrings in the room. So that's fine. And that if I had known it, it should have been obvious that I would know it, or rather that if I had seen it, it would have been an obvious thing and that I would have forgotten, in which case it would then be a valid reminder. So you were fine. And that I probably would have just asked you outright, where's the X? Because I know there's supposed to be something here. I don't want to have to go through the entire song and dance of find the aquarium, find the pump room, get the pump, go back to the aquarium, then go back to the pump room and reset it so it's where I like it as the default. I've been through that song and dance. Now, one thing that I am sort of keeping in the back of my mind amidst all this is the closed exhibit. I think I rotate the dining room to be facing downward. Get rotated! No, not there. Whoopsies. Yes, like this. Yeah. This gives me those outs. I clearly do not need the locksmith. The office is interesting, but it's just not... I'm not planning on getting 150 coins today. Downward facing dining room. Crazy advanced yoga there. Yeah, and also that it connects that. Yeah. And dinner is served instantly, which is always nice. Get a little lunch. I forget what this one is from. This is for the showroom. Hey, I have the showroom. Do I eat this now, or I potentially hold back just in case I encounter the weight room in a place where I really want it? So we're going to do that for the time being. I'm going to draft over here and then come to this row. Having the master key is so powerful. Oh my gosh. The other showroom ones were the chronograph and the moon pendant. So I need 150 coins, which in relativity isn't a lot. I think those are like the two cheapest. Oh, yeah, no spoon, no spoon. I could take the secret garden here. But honestly, with this many steps, I don't know if I care about the secret garden today. I don't think I do. I think I'd rather just keep going with other stuff. Pool gives us 2 chests, which is pretty nice. So we have the hammer. We don't need keys. No reason to rotate any of that. Yeah, we just take the pool. That's fine. And for those who just arrived, these are swim trunks. Dice there's awesome. Yeah. The breaker box here is unnecessary. We've done the dark room. That, yes, it could turn off the gym. I don't particularly care about that. The garage, don't care about. Maybe we just take the lab. That gives us one more shot here, and I guess here we would probably take the secret garden, I guess. Or the walk-in closet. Maybe we take the walk-in closet. Yeah. Yeah. And we have the workshop, which is the big thing. Gem. What the heck are you? Oh. Well, that's kind of disappointing. Wow. 2 gems, 10 steps, and 3 coins. I hate that 3 coins can be an item here. That's just... blech. Whatever. Well, no secret garden. That's fine, though. What we're going to do is... we're going to draft from the foundation. Because that gives us a live draw at the closed exhibit if that happens. I'm sure Lydia isn't terrible there. Hallway has a trunk. Kind of nice. What am I even drawing toward? What's the goal right now? Guess things of interest. All that's really left to get is more items or... maybe we could get a floor plan there. Doesn't feel that powerful. Well, that is kind of powerful. But maybe this is one where we use dice, actually. Because this we're going to have a ton of redraws on. Now, of note, if we do that, we can't rotate. We could also pick a berry. Let's redraw here. Yeah. It's just, I don't want to spend... like, I guess that's... No, you know, wait. I'm gonna have a crap ton of draws there. What I want is a door here, and at the classroom, that's where I fish for the closed exhibit. Cloister Lydia, the only benefit here, because we're not going to draft down from Cloister of Lydia, we're going to get it from the classroom. The benefit here is the possibility of finding a shovel and some gems. Other hand, Chamber of Mirrors, 2 entryways, potentially get, there's items on the tables, and this would probably open up 1 table. No, because Ornate Compass only works on the first one. If you redraw, Ornate Compass does not work. But like that could have, keys or coins or gems. Lock trunk or a boreberry. No, because we need to have the downward door. I think we can take. Let me just take this. We'll still have 4 gems left, and that's a lot. And after this, we're not going to be doing much anyways. And this would probably have gems because of the constellation. Yeah, we're taking the cloister. Dang, still no shovel. But we get 2 of our 3 gems back. That's pretty good. Unless the shovel is in the corner one of these places. I don't think so. Okay, so to the classroom. Oop, not there. Other option. We go to the trading post now. Maybe we go to the trading post now and look at a couple things, because Secret Garden Key is out of play anyways. Prism Key is really not going to do much for us. Chronograph, metal detector. Well, no, I know the metal detector's there. Remember, it was the thing that I can get with the key card. It's already done. But that I still might have use for the key card, so I wouldn't do it yet. Maybe we do wait a moment longer, because we're so close to the foundation. That's fine. We wait. All right. Okay. 2, 3. There's 7 redraws. It's pretty good. No. Absolutely not. Redundancies. No. Doesn't matter. Play to your outs. Oh no, we can't get it. Pain, Pecco. Oh. Do we use the last 3 and hope to redraw with it on the northern side, I guess? Or the southern side? No, because if it's the southern side, we're screwed anyways. Oh, it sucks. Damn. I don't think it's possible either. Yeah, but now remembering that, crap. So what do I want to do? Because this is just gonna open it to the next one that I might find lockpick in there, which is an item I can trade at the trading post, I guess. Or do I just keep drawing? What else is there to draw to? A green room. Someplace with a shovel, maybe. Anything that gives you gold. It wouldn't likely be enough because keep in mind the chronograph still wouldn't help us here. That it would let us rewind to earlier options, but it still wouldn't let us rotate the later ones or anything. Yeah, office, because it wouldn't give us enough to buy out, but I guess we could get the moon pendant, and that's... Well, no, we have enough for the moon pendant already. Because the question is there a point to getting the chronograph at this point? Or, like, a lot of gold anyways? And I don't think so. Damn. Can't believe it's at the wrong angle. That's so sad. Well, these are just sort of boring at this point. Well, because that gives me an item to trade is the thing, because this is probably going to have the lockpick. That's the real consideration. By the way, for anybody who's still around from Pam's raid, she dashed off so fast that I never actually got to ask what she was up to today. Pam's a very good friend. Known her for several years now. Helped out with just a little bit of back-end organization on the Christmas concert. Not for any of the guest coordination, but I help her set up the annual Google Drive for that and structure the different file folders and everything to get in a nice way for her organization. For the total, 150. Because there is the chronograph at 30, the moon pendant at 20, and then the trophy itself at 100. 150. And we've already seen the treasure trove and the vault. We could go nuts in the casino, but I don't see any other way that we're getting there. Yeah, office is way too far off. Yeah, even with that. I'm going to take this because I think it'll give me the lockpick, which I can trade at the trading post. And I am correct. So, bit of a bummer there, but so it goes. Wow. Oh, wait. I can just open all the doors there. Not that there's too much to get, but that is still kind of fun. There might be an item there. Oh, does this not... I can't use because these are not doors. Whatever. It's not like I'm using the keys for anything else. Haha. And I can just pick up a ton of keys in the conference room when I go back down if I really want to come back for something. Ooh. Another thing to trade. That's nice. Apple. Also, it is good to know that the first door remained unlocked in the passage in the tunnel. Okay. Huh. That's all dead ends. I take the clock tower and just call it a day. After the tunnel, of course. Only other consideration is the Great Hall, but I really don't see what the point of that is. You know, I'd get a couple of items. It could have a handle. Oh, true, I can draft one more for the candle. I think I just take the clock tower, though, and I'm okay with that. Plus, there could be an item up there, actually. It usually is. So let's take that. Ugh, 3 kind of, like, sort of fizzle out days. I don't know. But, meh. Oh, no item, really? Just coins. Huh. One time that I really don't need as many coins. There could have been a broken handle up here as well as the thing. So we go to kennel. So just straight up, drawing room, down and up and over. Yeah, maybe I should have taken it. Oh, oops. Haha. I did not open the treasure trove chest today, but I can do that when I go back and get a bunch of keys from the conference room. Oops, not that one. Actually, yes, I think. Does that do that? No. That's fine. It's here. Does that? Okay. I could use the secret garden key here, actually. Is there anything normal that I could get here that I would want? Or do I just take the secret garden? I think I just take the secret garden, honestly. Because there could be... Well, doesn't matter. Actually, maybe it's not the secret garden. I have steps for days. Yes. I have the pool. I'm going to the conference room anyways. And this actually does give me an out in case something silly happens. So let's do this. Yeah, darn. Nothing there. But while I'm here, I can do this. Yep. Okay. Oh, true. Basement keeper extra trade. That's spicy. Yeah. No, that was the right one. Pool hasn't. Oh, whoopsies. Yeah. Good call. Good catch. So... Ooh, before I forget, I have to reset this. There we go. Great. Okay. Yep. And up. Don't mind if I do. Drawing, dining, drawing. Okay. Whoops. And now we do this. Okay. And go down and out. Incredible that we haven't found the shovel today, but I'm hoping... Yeah. We're not having the shovel and having a lot of dig spots. Feeling like those early days. But wasn't much to dig up anyways. It's another one of those cases where we're in this awkward position of we have so much, but the number of things that we need to do are so specific that if we don't get it... Hey there, Jane Drago. Yes, the puzzles are quite hard. We're near the end of a day, but there's a couple big actions we still have to take. I'm going back in to grab what's going to be a bunch of fruit and a bunch of keys from the conference room up here. So, steps for days. Awesome. And then keys, please. There. And there. Awesome. Okay. Break room, den, commissary, bedroom, and then up to the treasure trove. Oh, I see. It actually doesn't go through. I have to get through the nook. Then commissary. There wasn't anything left, right? No. Cool. There. And there. Here we are. So this is a white box with a flame. Gonna add to the notes. White flame. The true treasure of the we that's not useful for us. We already know that, but hey, it progresses it. red, but it doesn't matter because we know that true. Because well, wait. Because the true treasure of the trove is not in this house was something we believed to be true. But this is red note in a white box. We have things saying green memos are always true unless they are, which is not true. Green memos and white boxes are always lies. We haven't had anything saying red notes in white boxes. But we have reason to believe that this is true. We can evaluate that more later. What I'm going to do now is down and out to the trading post. It's a way that it could be false with the first statement still be true. Well, no, it's sort of irrelevant to that one. We have green memos are always true. Green memos and white boxes are always lies. That was in a white box. It's a lie, which means that green memos aren't always true. That doesn't mean anything about red notes, though, in white boxes. The treasure is not in the house. Well, that would suggest a time-space displacement where the treasure trove is not in, where that room is not in the house. Also, a reminder for myself. Laundry room. Break room. Nook. Here. I really hope I can find a shovel too. Know that, but might want to hold on to this. That gives us one piece. That, maybe. No. 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 Meh. We need to keep that. Upgrade disc is interesting. That's interesting. That sucks. That's what we trade for the metal detector. No. That we know of. But my thought is, yeah, I think for starters, what I want is the coin purse. See if I can trade something to get the lucky rabbit's foot. But first, I do need the coin purse. And there's no way we're getting the garage. Oh, interesting. That's just circular. Salt. Oof. Gray disc. That is pretty powerful. Prism key to a hall pass. We take the metal detector here because this gives us the melting thing. Lucky rabbits. Okay, this is how we do it. Crap. Yeah, that's the question. Silver key. This also gave the metal detector. The running shoes did. That's what it did. So what we do, what does hall pass trade into? Gear wrench. The fuck? Awful time of day to get that. But what does this trade into? Silver key. That's it. Okay, that's what we do. Great. Done. Because that indicates that this should then trade to the metal detector. So what we're doing here, where'd it go? Not that. We trade to the lucky rabbit's foot, freeze up the metal detector, and then get the other one. I can keep the metal detector. Just trade the shoes? No, but the shoes. Oh, true. I have enough steps. Yeah, true. I have enough steps. It's fine. Yeah. Okay. Now, unfortunately, we still don't have the damn shovel. What I want to do first is go to the workshop, make the glass melter and the rabbit foot coin purse thing, and then see what that does to trades. So, yeah. Over, up. All right. Coin purse. Lucky rabbit's foot. Lucky purse. What the heck is this thing? Oh. Oh my. Glass and metal detector. Burning glass. Gosh, I hope I don't need the magnifying glass for anything past that door. sure. I was currently operating under the assumption that I'm just not getting the trophy today is the thing. If he's first, okay. I was going to be hesitant to kind of do that last because I don't know, like, am I about to blow up the entire trading post? I would have thought that I was about to blow up the entire trading post. But I guess knowing that I'm not going to destroy the entire trading post and remove my ability to trade is all I need to know here. This isn't going to stop future trades. Let's go boom boom. Oh, this is the one from Hartley's journal. Okay. Ooh, spicy. Ooh, it's not enough. Here's the rest of your share, 40 gold, from the moonshine shipment we made last week. This may be the last batch for quite some time, as I feel it is no longer worth the risk, especially given Anne's continually increasing suspicion. But I do not need to ask another small favor of you. I do need to ask another small favor of you. Next week, when you take the Baron to town, if you can fabricate some excuse to delay your return by an hour or two, I would be much beholden to you. Denny. Oh, true, there is still the locker room. It would take a lot. I need 25 coins, which means I need like 13 coins. Oh. Still doesn't give me the shovel. Why? I can't believe it doesn't give me the shovel. That's brutal. Goes to the hall pass? What a crap conversion. Prism key. Oh, it's circular? Ugh. Wow. The shovel, my old nemesis. I thought we were friends, Shovel. We'd been getting along so well, and now you're going back to like the first 2 weeks of the game when you just say, nah, I don't want to be anywhere. Oh, I might be able to get a second one. Heh. Yeah, because what is it? Prism key. Interesting. All right, yeah, so let's first go on over there. We just need to go to security for that, so. Yeah, that we can hopefully dilute it. What was interesting is the prism key and the whatever the other one was trading circularly. Okay. Good thing I have so many steps. Oop, not that. Not that. Actually, wait. Okay. 1 paper crown. No teasing. Survey says. What do we have? Hidden effect of a random bedroom in your draft pool. Interesting. If you enter antechamber today, add 2 to your allowance. If you have the tomb on the estate today, gain an additional 4 dice, but you always get 2 dice. Ooh, all of these are good. I think the guest room is the worst. I do like the pun, though. It's a very nice pun. There's little agency in it, and not all of them do good stuff. Quest feels pretty easy. Yeah, that's the thing, though, that I don't care much about gold anymore. And especially once I get the trophy room, I'll care even less. So maybe it's... might just be the Geist room. 2 dice, as we've found, is pretty good. Of interest, though, that removes the 10 steps, which is not entirely irrelevant. The antechamber today allowed 2 to your allowance. I feel like Geist room is actually where I want to be. Wish it just kept the 10 steps, but yeah. The dice felt plentiful in my first week or so, unlike the shovel, and then just suddenly went away. But yeah, Geist room it is. Right. Just commissary. Then over and out. All right, let's take one last glance at the trading post. Well, also, actually, we would still need the, we don't have the broken handle. I don't know if it really even matters. Trade the gear wrench for the silver key because the gear wrench we're not using. Here goes the car keys. But we had the car keys and it became circular there. Car keys goes to compass. Goes to lockpick. Goes to compass. Goes to car keys. Goes to shovel. Okay. Now, before I go on this wild goose chase, is it possible to get a broken handle from the trade post at all, period? I'm not going to spend however many minutes playing this game if it's just never, ever in the pool. It is not. Damn. That is fine. I could go to the casino. But first, let's go to the tunnel. All right. Doesn't work with casino. Yeah. Dang. But still, I only need 25, so I could try it. One, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I knew this was going to happen. Let's go. Oh, okay. Very least it has the kindness of each of those doesn't count as a door. Oh, yeah, the lockers. Right. Do. Da. Don't mind if I do. Thank you. Right. Da, 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 do. All right. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ooh. Oh my. Really? Yeah. Hey, RPG Holic. That door, apparently. I mean, I know what this is. This is the symbol of Mount Holly. There's... Do I need to bring the crown here? Huh. Okay, so I should not bother theorizing or bashing my head right now. Okay. Neat. Okay, so... Well... Um... The... Think about a couple things, a couple of risks involved here. I could... Well, actually, no, because I need to go there anyways. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, laundry room first. Because what I was pausing on is there a scenario where I launder things into coins? And one, I'm assuming that I can't cheese and that laundering would then, like double coins gained, quote unquote. Current goals are, well, open that door. We're still trying for the closed exhibit. We played to our outs and unfortunately wound up at the closed exhibit in the wrong position. So that kind of sucked. Other goals. Power hammer for the weight room wall, which you didn't get. Obviously the sanctum key. Freezer, throne room, security. Yeah. It's this way. Oh, actually. Wait, I can dig up coins. This is it. This is how we do it. We have so many dig spots around the house. Hold on. We're set. The cloister's right here. It has never been less over. Hi, Bricky. Bye, Bricky. Stop this madness. No, not like this. There's more dig spots around. There's some of the courtyard. There's some of the secret garden. There's... That might be it, actually. First, though, laundry room. Not there. Tunnels did have some, yes. Tunnel had several, actually. I know where this is. Because I've dug up one of those before. So consideration. I do not know if 5 keys is enough to open all the lockers left in the locker room. Is spending 5 coins worth it? We wait. We don't need to evaluate this now. We don't need to evaluate this now. Well, no, because it would be gems. Oh, no, wait, sorry. Yeah, because it swaps them. It doesn't do it, so we need to spend all the keys first. But first, we're going to go dig the tunnels. Admittedly, like, we're going to start running out of steps after all this, which is the kind of scary part. Yeah. Yeah. Just go to the classroom, close the door. Yep. Neat. I think so. Ugh, you kidding me? I need to remember that that one's always the same. Oh, hey. I'll take it. We're still getting a trophy today. Ha ha. Okay. Neat. That's just swell. Hmm. 48. Yeah, that's right. For the digging thing. So we're doing that. Go back to the workshop. Is there any reason to do that now? No, because we were going to do that from the workshop and then go digging. Is there anything else? I don't think there is. So, yes. I did get the apple in there, right? Yes, I did. Okay. We're possibly so back? It is. Like we keep getting just these slivers of hope from the jaws of defeat, only to go back into the jaws of defeat, only to get another sliver of hope, because now we also have the shoes. There's no reason to go. Oh, well, yes, there is. We should just do this now. Because it really shouldn't cost us anything anyways. Eh? Eh? Oh. Okay. In that case, my next guess is in here. Where we're going anyways. Can't reach you, so I'm assuming you're not there. Be funny if it was on its side. Probably not, though. Okay. No. Come on, there's got to be something. Is there another file cabinet back there that I missed? I'm going to leave this for now. Workshop. Well, because the last time I got a key that looked specifically like this, it was the one there in the, the underground with the little miners thing. The other one was in the archives. But I took this as being a much older type, but maybe not. Let's get a trophy. And what are you? Finds better items. Neat. Showroom and then going up here. Yeah. Well, having the shoes again is so nice. Dang it, that's not what I wanted. Is there really no dig spot here? That's a little sad. Really? I thought there was at least one more. Dang. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Uh, yeah. Oh, because we can potentially trade down to normal keys. It's going a long way down, but that might be the play. Like, where else could we get gold? Is there anywhere else left to get gold? There's a couple spots in the courtyard and the secret garden. Uh, yeah. We have to then go out. So we're gonna go out. Just in case we're still buying these. The moon pendant is just value still. Wait, I'm farther off than I thought. What? What? Did I miscount? How did I? Oh, okay, yeah. So I was still at the right number. Yes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hmm. Ugh. And after all this, went from 100 steps down to this. I probably shouldn't have traded the shoes earlier. I should have tried to find another way toward it, because I think that wound up just costing me so many keys or steps. Pass, silver key. Key. That's how it goes. Yeah, I think that's just what we do. Also, we can trade this for an allowance token. That's nice. Really, no reason not to at this time of day. Wow, it turned everything gold here. That was neat. Hall pass, prism key. Not that, not that. Yeah. Well, oh, these are circular. Interesting. Yeah. Just trades down. Keep those. Oh, and that sounded that. That's interesting. I have the fear of there's nothing I would need the burning glass for. The other thing is I forgot to count how many keys were still needed. Gotta keep that, gotta keep that. That doesn't help, that doesn't help, that doesn't help. Gotta keep that. I want to keep that. So we're at 5. 24 well, I can't. It was circular. That's the problem. So 24. The other thing is I still want to be able to make it to the break room. So, and then it's 1, 19, 18, 17. Oopsies, wrong way. 2, 1, 8. We get there and we don't get it. We don't have enough steps because this would be like, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, we wouldn't have enough. So we bank on the locker room, but I think that we're just out of them. It's a pity because like the first 3 things that we opened all had coins, and that was before they were being doubled. Only other consideration could be to go to the courtyard and secret garden. Well, no, because if we make it up, we don't have enough steps to make it back. Yeah. Yeah. 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Actually, wouldn't be enough to go to the showroom. Yeah. Ugh. But even then, there's not a guarantee that there's going to be coins in any of them because there's like 2 or 3 things, but it could be anything. Does that change with the jackhammer though? Am I still able to get coins with the jackhammer? Because I got a diamond, but in adding that to the pool of possibilities, we can still get coins. The play is still for lockers. Forgot to count how many are left, but some number. So I think we still do that. And we have to take foundation again. Well, we got through all the tunnel. Also, it was very nice that at the very least we had steam room and the glass melter already in hand, and then obviously had all of the microchips already, so that was very easy to just go ahead and grab. And there's just the question of the key. I'm going to need to let that go for today. I'm kicking myself. I think that this may have been a result of me trading in the shoes. Or no, because I think the shoes were the only way that I was able to get the thing initially, but that I wasn't trying to trade down other things enough, and that cost me, you know, however many steps, especially outside. That may have ended up being the difference, unfortunately. Well. Isn't that just... It's just the classroom. It's right there. Oh my god. Yeah. Might as well use the rest of the keys while we're here. But ooh, that's interesting. Is there anything left, actually? That might have been all of them. Yeah. Darn. Okay. Yeah. Because I know that this one always has that. This one always has that. The two I need to remember to not open is these back two, and then where is this the one with the paper? Is that the one with the paper? That's the one with the paper. Okay. I can remember to not open these anymore. All right. So, remember, victory from the jaws of defeat into victory from the jaws of defeat into victory from the jaws of defeat. So many. And can we get it? Let's go! Oh my gosh, I told myself back to not shout just then. Oh my god, let's go! We got the trophy! That's incredible! Wow! Oh, that's right, it was still sounding like the shovel, but... Wow! And we have just enough steps, basically. 2 trophies in a day, by the way. And I think we got... Did we get 3 or 4 trophies tonight? Because we got the rooms. I think it's 3 trophies tonight. Oh, wow. Wow. Also the insane irony that if I had opened the right locker earlier on, we wouldn't have had to go through all this song and dance. It was the fact that I happened to open that one last. It's all for dramatic effect, obviously. Oof. Yeah, this is like barely there on steps. I don't even know if I have enough, actually. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. We're going to make it. Ooh, we're going to make it. I think this is 8. I think this is it. Oh, look, the coupon book counted. I'm pretty sure this is 8, which I know then would allow me to get the blue tents. And also, we can just check right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. And we're just 6 away from the Bullseye Trophy. I expected the Bullseye Trophy to be the one that we got. Sigils is an inevitable trophy, certainly. Yeah. Okay. Well, that was a day of all time. We're feeling like we ran around in circles and spent, as we're going to find out, some obscene amount of steps. Weren't able to figure out the filing cabinet, but it's there. It'll be waiting for us in the laundry room. We'll have the moon pendant bring us into tomorrow, and we'll have this. But yeah, it's one of those days where nothing plot happened, but mechanical stuff happened. And again, just 3 trophies in a day. Correct. I do not know how much the blue tents cost. We'll find out next time. And that'll possibly be tomorrow, depending on how I'm feeling. I might just go again tomorrow. We'll find out. But for now, we are indeed going to call it a day. And we are going to also call it a night. So, thank you, as always, folks, for hanging out. How many steps? My guess is 200. 215. Wow. Whew. Simon got his cardio indeed. Let's see. Where can I send you all? Who is hanging out on a Saturday night? Of unfathomable riches. I hadn't even noticed that. Oh, and it even has like the gold. My guess is that whenever you buy out the showroom, that you get the unfathomable riches. That's funny. All right, so where to send you all? There. There. How about... Let's... usually don't raid. Actually, this could be an interesting one. Let me double check on her, what she's up to. Yeah, okay. Well, let's go through somebody else who's also walking through different random rooms. It's not these rooms. It's not the back rooms. They're playing the classrooms, which seems to be a riff on the back rooms, but it's still very fun. I'm going to send you over to Lobotomy Bunny. So say hello to her for me. We'll go with just a classic loop, rinse, raid. Actually, no. Secret tunnel raid. Feel free to throw in any emote you got. I don't have any of my own, so use a global one or someone that you like. But that'll be all for me. As always, you can follow me here on Twitch or on YouTube. Thank you again to everybody if you've been here from the start of stream, or if you got rated in along the way or just found your way here somehow on a Saturday night. I do appreciate you all. You want to follow me on Twitter or Blue Sky, you can see my weekly schedule. I am hopefully going to be able to lock down a very interesting show for next week, possibly 2 of different types, so stay tuned. But regardless, have a great rest of your day, and I will see you all next time. Good night, everybody.